What if the greatest cultural heist in history was pulled off not by thieves in the dead of night, but by legions marching under crimson banners and the whispers of senators plotting in candlelit chambers? What if every statue, every philosophy, every sacred text you revere as the soul of Western civilization was snatched from the hands of its creators, like a thief slipping a priceless ring off a sleeping finger? This isn't just history, it's a bloody spectacle, a ferocious clash draped in togas and drenched in ambition. Picture it, the sun-drenched streets of Athens, where minds spark like wildfire, and the air buzzes with the electric pulse of democracy. Then, in a heartbeat, the ground trembles under the weight of Roman boots. The Parthenon stands tall, but its shadows loom larger as the relentless Roman tide rises. What happens when the titans of thought are outmaneuvered by the relentless drive of a growing empire? What happens when art becomes spoils of war? Like a blockbuster thriller where betrayals twist tighter than a labyrinth, the intrigue thickens. The Romans didn't just conquer, they assimilated, absorbed, and ultimately transformed. Imagine a cultural smorgasbord where the finest Greek delicacies are served with a side of iron-fisted rule. Every philosopher, every poet, were they saviors or victims in a game of imperial chess? Performers in a tragic comedy that ends with the stage on fire, leaving behind only echoes of laughter and despair. And then, there's the unspoken, an undercurrent of dark comedy that lurks beneath the surface. Picture a Roman senator, draped in flowing robes, clutching a scroll written by Socrates, chuckling to himself about how he's just scored the best intellectual property deal of the century. The Romans didn't just take land, they plundered the very essence of Greek identity, turning it into a commodity, a trophy on their mantelpiece. But there's more. What about the whispers of resistance? The secret society stirring in the shadows, plotting the ultimate comeback? What if the Greeks had one final card to play? A ciphered message, a prophecy that foretold of the empire's self-destruction from within? It's a tale of vengeance waiting to be ignited, a recipe for rebellion simmering just below the surface. With each passing day, the clock ticks louder, the stakes climb higher. The Roman Empire can't hold its grip forever, can it? Or will the echoes of Greek wisdom rise once again, haunting those who thought they could erase it? As you skim through the pages of this epic saga, remember, history isn't just written in stone, it's etched in the blood of the conquered and the aspirations of the conquerors. Get ready to unearth a tantalizing truth buried beneath the rubble of a bygone era. Every word pulls you deeper, every revelation sharpens the knife of curiosity. Once you step into this world, there's no turning back. Will you dare to confront the shadows? A chill ran down my spine as I stood in the hollowed ruins of what once was a great city, its stones now mere whispers of glory. Night had fallen, draping the world in a cloak of darkness, the only light coming from a silver sliver of moon. The air tasted sharp, like iron, filled with the ghosts of those who had walked these streets, their laughter now echoing off the walls, haunting, mocking. I could almost see them, the philosophers, warriors, lovers, each one a thread in the tapestry of a civilization that birthed ideas so powerful, they could topple empires. I remembered Talia, her laughter bright against the backdrop of a dying sun. She was fierce and untamed, her spirit a tempest in a jar. But there was weight to her laugh, like a storm brewing on the horizon. She believed too fiercely in the ideals of democracy, of freedom, while I clung to the shadows, fearing the very winds of change she embraced. I can still hear her voice. What are we, if not the sum of our choices? Choices that felt more like shackles than wings. And then there was Lysander, brooding, a chiseled statue caught in a moment of despair. His eyes held the anguish of 1,000 battles fought for a cause that felt increasingly hollow. He fought for the glory of his ancestors, a legacy suffocating him in its weight. The dreams of conquest pulsated in his veins, each heartbeat a drum echoing through the corridors of power. But the closer he drew to victory, the more I saw the ghost of doubt flit across his face. Was he forging a path to greatness or simply repeating the mistakes of those who came before? The clash of swords rang out in the distance, a symphony of chaos that drew us closer to the heart of the conflict. We were mere spectators, watching the world unravel before us, yet unable to escape the pull of the storm. I clutched Talia's hand, feeling the pulse of her determination, her unwavering belief that we could shape our fate. "We have to intervene," she said, her voice a fierce whisper, defiant against the night. I wanted to believe her, to feel the warmth of hope curling around my heart, but fear gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. A flicker of movement caught my eye, the shadows shifted, slinking closer. Somewhere in the depths, I sensed the presence of the unseen, those who had sacrificed everything for a vision of conquest. They were the phantoms of history, clinging to the past, refusing to let it go. I shivered, realizing we were standing at the crossroads of legacy and annihilation. Around us, the ancient stones whispered warnings, yet we pressed on, our hearts a tangled mess of trepidation and courage. Up ahead, a silhouette emerged, tall and imposing, crowned with the weight of 1,000 decisions. Lysander stood at the precipice of battle, his sword raised high, a beacon of resolve illuminated by the ghostly moonlight. I could see the tension in his muscles, the way he fought against the tide of memory pulling him back. "This is our moment," he shouted, but his voice wavered, laced with uncertainty. Each word was a confession, a plea for affirmation in a world that felt increasingly unsure. But Talia would not let him falter. She stepped forward, a flame against the encroaching darkness, her voice fierce enough to pierce through the cacophony. "What is a victory without honor? What is conquest if it costs us our souls?" I felt the weight of her challenge, the raw intensity of her passion wrapping around me like vines, squeezing tight. In that moment, I saw the ghosts of our ancestors rise up, their faces twisted with longing and regret. Lysander faltered, his grip on the sword slackening. "We cannot afford to lose our way," he said, his voice barely a whisper. The words hung heavy in the air, thick with despair. Every heartbeat echoed in my chest, each pulse a reminder of the stakes, of the lives entwined in this perilous dance of power and betrayal. I wanted to reach out, to grasp his shoulder and shake sense into him, but fear held me in place, an invisible chain. Talia pressed onward, her voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes. "We are not just warriors or pawns in a game. We are the architects of our destiny. What will our legacy be?" The question reverberated through me, cracking open the shell of my own fear. The weight of history bore down on us, but I could feel a flicker of something else, an ember of hope igniting in the depths of despair. Then the world shifted. The night erupted into chaos, swords clashing, the screams of men drowning out our pleas. Shadows danced madly under the moonlight, twisting into grotesque shapes. Time seemed to stretch, each second a lifetime, each heartbeat a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. The air was thick with the scent of blood and fear, and in that moment, I felt as if we were all trapped in a dream, teetering on the edge of oblivion. I saw Talia, her fierce determination ignited like a fire, charging into the fray. She was a whirlwind, a tempest uncontained, and I was just a flicker, terrified yet mesmerized. I wanted to follow, to join her in this battle for ideals, but fear wrapped around my throat like a noose. I remembered the stories, the heroes, the legends, how they had fought against insurmountable odds. But were we heroes? Or merely players in a tragic play, destined for failure? Lysander advanced, caught between the weight of legacy and the desire for something greater. I watched as he raised his sword, plunging into the chaos, seeking redemption in the clash of steel. The ghosts of our ancestors echoed around us, their voices a haunting chorus, urging us forward, daring us to confront the dark legacy we carried within. And amid the fury, I felt it, the flicker of possibility, the surge of unyielding emotion. A legacy isn't just carved in stone, it lives and breathes in the hearts of those who dare to believe in something more. In that moment, I knew, whatever lay beyond this battle, whatever scars we would carry, we were not bound to the past. We were the architects of our own fate, a chorus of defiance rising in the darkness. And so, we charged into the fray, three souls entwined in a tumultuous dance of hope and despair, each heartbeat a reminder that the legacy of classical Greece was not merely a story of conquest, but a testament to the undying spirit of those who dared to dream. The night was far from over, and our journey had only just begun. I remember the night the stars trembled, the air thick with the scent of blood and sweat. The city of Rome, a mere flicker of what it would soon become, was alive with chaos. The cries of men, fierce and desperate, echoed like the roars of 1,000 beasts. I stood there, the cobblestones slick beneath my feet, my heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows danced around me, twisting and turning, whispering secrets of an empire yet to rise. Gaius, my brother, a figure of raw ambition, stood at the center of it all. His eyes, wild and blazing with a fierce hunger, pierced through the darkness. "They will remember us, Lucius," he shouted, voice hoarse, full of that intoxicating fire that ignites revolutions. I could see the glimmer in his hand, the glint of a dagger, fresh with the promise of blood. He was consumed by the dream of glory, but I felt the chill creeping through me, the icy fingers of doubt wrapping around my heart. "Gaius, wait!" I pleaded, but my voice was lost in the cacophony of clashing steel and fervent cries. I could feel the pulse of the city, thrumming beneath my skin, an ancient heart that had seen both the birth and death of dreams. How could he not see? This was madness, a spiral into the void. Yet, there he was, my brother, blinded by the intoxicating aroma of power, the seductive performance of politics. I remember the night when the ghost of Tarquin lingered in our minds, a haunting reminder of the past. Shadows of kings and tyrants slipped through the cracks of our thoughts, whispering warnings we dared not heed. Gaius spoke of revolution, but I saw only the remnants of tyranny waiting to rise again. History, with its cruel, repetitive nature, grinned at us mockingly, and I felt the weight of it pressing down on me. The streets were alive, pulsating like a wounded beast. There were whispers of betrayal, love intertwined with ambition, and the air crackling with the scent of inevitability. I remember the flickering torches casting ghostly patterns on the walls, illuminating the faces of those who dared to rise, those who would soon be crushed beneath the heel of ambition. The night felt alive, too alive, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for the moment when the scales would tip. Then there was Claudia, a woman caught in the eye of the storm. Her laughter had once echoed through the halls, a bright song that cut through the gloom. But now, her eyes, once full of life, were darkened pools of sorrow. "I want to believe in him," she whispered to me, hands trembling, "but every dream has its price." The tension between us crackled like the air before a storm, a web of longing and fear. She was both the anchor and the tempest, and my heart felt the rift between us grow wider with each passing moment. The moon hung high, a silent observer, as Gaius rallied the restless. "We will forge our destiny," he bellowed, fists clenched, every syllable a thunderclap. The crowd roared, a savage symphony of hope and dread. He stood there, a beacon of fervor, yet I could see the shadows lurking behind him, each face in the crowd a mask, concealing fears that mirrored my own. And then it happened, a cry split the night, sharp and violent, a sound of betrayal unleashed. A traitor among us, a dagger in the dark. I felt the surge of chaos, the outburst of primal fear, as the crowd turned into a writhing mass of anger and confusion. Gaius, like a moth drawn to flame, charged forward, and I could only watch as the dream we had woven together began unraveling. In those moments, the world became a blur, screams mingled with the thundering of feet, and the very earth seemed to tremble beneath our weight. I reached for Gaius, desperation clawing at my throat, but he slipped through my fingers like sand. "I'll prove them wrong," he shouted, his voice swallowed by the tempest, a lone figure against the oncoming storm. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating. Claudia stood beside me, her breath hitching in her throat, eyes wide with fear. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper, yet it echoed through me, amplifying the reality of our choices. Was there still a chance to save him? To save us? We were caught in the web of fate, our destinies intertwined. I felt the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the choices we had to make. Was it better to stand by, to let ambition consume him, or to fight against the tide? We were on the precipice, teetering between loyalty and survival. As the chaos unfolded, I caught glimpses of those lost to the tide, men and women who had once dreamed of a better Rome, their hopes now turned to ash. I remembered their faces, their laughter, and I felt the weight of their dreams pressing on my chest. The night was alive with dreams and desperation, the echoes of history vibrating in our bones, but I was terrified of what lay ahead, of the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. And then, amid the din, I saw him, Gaius, standing tall, a figure of defiance and madness. He had become a soldier of fate, a harbinger of an empire, and I felt both pride and despair twist within me. "The people need a leader," he shouted, and I could see the madness flickering in his eyes, a flame that could illuminate or destroy. The tension pulsed around us, felt like a drumbeat in my veins. I reached for Claudia, our hands intertwining, clinging to one another as if we could anchor ourselves in a world spiraling out of control. Together we stood, watching as Rome shifted beneath our feet, a city on the brink, a city that would rise, but at what cost? The night deepened, the shadows lengthened, and I could feel the air thick with the weight of the future. Rome was more than just a city, it was a dream, a nightmare, a ghost haunting the halls of time. And we, caught in the web of ambition and loyalty, were but players in this grand, tumultuous drama, destined to make choices that would reverberate through the ages. And so we stood there, as the echoes of history began to ring, knowing that the rise of Rome would lead us down paths we could not yet foresee, paths lined with glory, blood, and the inevitable shadow of betrayal. The heartbeat of destiny quickened, and I realized, with a shiver that coursed through my soul, that the story was just beginning, and the night had many secrets yet to unveil. The air hung thick, stifling, as the sun dipped low in the sky, its final rays a blood-orange hue spilling across the horizon. In the town square, a tense silence enveloped the once bustling marketplace, and the only sound was the faint murmur of a nearby fountain, its water bubbling gently, as if to mock the turmoil brewing among the people. The faces crowding the square were etched with worry, fingers fidgeting at their sides, hearts racing like wild stallions. I stood there, an observer caught in the current of uncertainty, my pulse quickening, caught between their fear and my own. I remember the moment when everything changed. A figure emerged from the shadows, Callista, her dark curls cascading like a storm cloud, her eyes ablaze with defiance and despair. She was not just another face in the crowd, she was the embodiment of 1,000 lost dreams, the fierce daughter of a merchant who had sacrificed everything in pursuit of freedom from oppressive governance. Callista had once believed that the Greek colonies could be a sanctuary, a cradle of culture and philosophy, a refuge from the tyranny of their Roman rulers. Yet, here she stood, her spirit teetering on the precipice of hope and despair. "I can't do this anymore," she shouted, her voice cracking like thunder. The words echoed off the stone walls, reverberating through the gathered souls. I felt their collective gasp, a shudder rippling through the assembly. The air was electric, charged with an urgency that made my skin prickle. Was it fear? Or the flicker of rebellion? It was both, and more. Across the square, facing her like an unyielding statue, stood Marcus, his brow furrowed, a soldier caught between loyalty to his city and the passion of his heart. He wanted to reassure her, to reach out and pull her back from the edge of despair. But the truth lurked behind his eyes like a shadow, whispering that the chains of Rome were tightening around their throats, and every breath was a gasp against suffocation. He remembered the stories of his ancestors, the tales passed down through generations, whispering of heroes and their conquests, but all that echoed now was the lament of a fading civilization. "Callista, please," he implored, but his voice was a fragile thread, easily snapped. He wanted to tell her that there was still hope, still a chance to rise against the weight of oppression. Yet, the atmosphere was thick, heavy with the stories of those who had come before them, those who had fought and fallen, leaving only ghosts behind. They were staring at him through the cracks in the cobblestones, and he felt them clawing for acknowledgement, their ethereal fingers brushing against his skin. "I remember the nights we dreamed under the stars," Callista's voice wavered. "I remember when we thought we could forge a new path. But what are we now? Shadows of the Greeks, mere echoes of their glory, living under the iron grip of Rome. They don't see us, Marcus, they see only conquests and territories." And there it was, the haunting truth. The rich tapestry of Greek culture, woven into the fabric of their lives, was fraying at the edges. The philosophers, the poets, the artists, they had all carved a space in history that risked being erased by the relentless march of Roman power. The ideas of democracy, of freedom, were slipping away like grains of sand through their fingers. As Callista's words hung in the air, Marcus felt the weight of that history pressing down on him, every heartbeat a reminder of the bloodshed that had paved the way for their existence. He could sense the tension coiling in the crowd, a palpable energy that begged for release. "We can't just accept this fate," he urged, his voice rising above the murmurs. "We have to fight. We must show them that we are more than just whispers in the wind." But even as the adrenaline surged through him, a sickening doubt curled within his stomach. He could hear the whispers of those who had lost everything, families torn apart, lives extinguished. The price of rebellion was steep, the stakes higher than he ever imagined. He had seen the faces of the fallen, and every time he closed his eyes, they haunted him, their eyes wide open in shock and despair, begging him to remember. As the tension spiraled, a figure cloaked in shadow emerged from the outskirts of the crowd. It was Lysander, a seasoned warrior, the grave look on his face a testament to the battles he had fought, both on the field and within the walls of his own heart. He had borne witness to the rise and fall of empires, and in his eyes, I saw a flicker of hope mingling with despair. "Fighting is noble, but wisdom is our greatest weapon," he said, his voice steady as a mountain. "We mustn't become what we seek to destroy. The Greeks taught us that knowledge is the greatest power, the beauty of philosophy, art, and culture. We must preserve it, not just for ourselves, but for those who come after us." The crowd fell silent, a momentary pause in the storm of emotions raging within. I could feel their breaths hitch, caught between the allure of rebellion and the weight of restraint. I remembered my own struggles, my own fight against the relentless tide of history. Every heartbeat echoed the urgency of their plight, every breath a plea for understanding. Callista, her spirit ignited, turned toward Lysander. "But what does wisdom mean in the face of tyranny? They care nothing for our ideas, our dreams. They want to erase us." "Yes," he replied, the shadows of his past flickering across his face. "But the Greek colonies have given us a gift, a legacy. We are not simply victims, we are the bearers of a flame that refuses to be extinguished, even in darkness." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. They were like a spark igniting a long-dormant fire. The crowd stirred, caught in a swell of emotions, their hopes and fears fluid in the chaos of the moment. I felt their collective heartbeat, a rhythm that climbed higher, building toward something magnificent and terrifying. And just like that, the silence shattered. The voices of the crowd rose, a cacophony of determination and despair, echoing across the square, an echo of ancient battles fought and lost, of dreams woven into the fabric of time, refusing to be silenced. The confrontation loomed, palpable, the air thick with expectation. Here they stood, on the brink of rebellion, their hearts beating as one, caught in the whirlwind of history. I could see it clearly, the shadows of their ancestors at their backs, urging them forward into the unknown. Would they rise to the occasion, or would they fall into the abyss? The answer teetered on the edge, a breath away from becoming reality. Their voices rang through the night, a harbinger of the storm to come. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a bloody hue over the bustling marketplace, where traders shouted their wares, and the scent of spices mingled with the salt of the sea. I stood there, heart thundering, the weight of an uncertain future pressing on my chest. "Today," I whispered, "everything changes." The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that sent shivers down my spine. Greece had never felt so close, yet the distance between us loomed like a chasm filled with the ghosts of fallen empires. Marina was there, her fiery curls catching the last light of day, but her eyes, those deep, stormy grays, were clouded with fear and determination. She was a force of nature, and yet in that moment, she felt as fragile as glass. "If we fail," she said, voice barely above a whisper, "it won't just be us. It'll be our people." I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into her thoughts, the weight of each potential failure anchoring her to the ground. "Failure is not an option," I replied, though my own heart echoed her fears. I had been trained in the art of diplomacy, in the careful dance of words and gestures, but nothing prepared me for the rawness of this moment. The tension was a living thing, coiling around us like a serpent. It could strike, and it would bite hard. Across the square, there was Nikos, the diplomat we had summoned from Athens. Tall and imposing, with a reputation that preceded him, he was both a blessing and a curse. I remember the way he stood, arms crossed, a fortress against his own vulnerabilities. "Time waits for no one," he had told me on the journey here, his voice a rumble of thunder. And yet, what we do today will echo through time. His presence was both magnetic and terrifying, a reminder that the eyes of history were upon us. Nikos stepped forward, breaking the suffocating silence. "Do you have the goods? The spices, the textiles?" There was a sharpness in his tone, a hint of impatience that sent a rush of adrenaline through my veins. He was the gatekeeper to Greece, standing tall at the threshold of our dreams and ambitions. I remember the first time I tasted Greek olive oil, I murmured, allowing nostalgia to seep into my words. It was like liquid gold, rich and full of life. Yet now, as I faced this moment, the simple pleasures of the past felt like a mocking memory. Here we were, standing on the brink of a new alliance, and yet the weight of history threatened to crush us. Marina stepped closer to me, her warmth a comfort against the chill of uncertainty. "We're not just trading goods," she said, her voice steadying. "We're trading futures." I could see the fire in her eyes, the flicker of hope rising against the dark clouds of doubt. If we can make them see that we share more than just borders, that we are more than strangers, then we will succeed. But did we? I could feel the echoes of past failures, the weight of each diplomatic disaster that came before us. The ghosts of treaties broken, friendships forged in betrayal, all of it danced around us, whispering warnings that threatened to drown out the hope we clung to. "Look," Nikos said suddenly, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife, "the moment of truth approaches. We need to be ready." I glanced toward the horizon, where the shadows lengthened and the sun dipped lower, casting an amber glow over the sea. Each tick of the clock was a reminder of our mortality, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. I turned to Marina, feeling the weight of her gaze upon me. "Whatever happens," I whispered, "we will face it together." But fate has a cruel sense of humor. Just as we prepared to step into the fray, a commotion erupted in the square. Shouts echoed, voices raised in anger, and the sudden shift in energy sent a jolt of fear through my body. Panic gripped me like a vice. "What is happening?" I demanded, scanning the crowd, my heart racing with dread. Nikos's face paled as he turned to the chaos unfolding around us. "They're angry," he muttered, as if the very word could summon the spirits of rage and despair. "We must act quickly." Marina's hand found mine, squeezing tightly. "We can't let this derail us," she urged, her voice strained but unwavering. Yet deep inside, I could sense the fragility of our resolve, the uncertainty that danced just beneath the surface. The cries of the crowd grew more intense, a cacophony of fear and anger that resonated within me, pounding like a war drum. And then, in an instant, I saw him, a figure standing defiantly at the edge of the crowd, a stark silhouette against the fiery backdrop of the sunset. His face was obscured, but his body language screamed defiance, a challenge to the world. I felt an inexplicable pull toward him, as if he were a lost brother, a kindred spirit caught in the storm. "Who is that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, the air thick with tension. "That's Theodoras," Nikos replied, a mixture of fear and respect staining his words. "A fierce nationalist. He believes that any ties with us will threaten their sovereignty." "I remember the stories," I said, heart pounding. "They say he has the voice of thunder and the heart of a lion." As he stepped into the fray, the crowd parted like the Red Sea, and there he stood, raw, unyielding. The atmosphere shifted, charged with an electricity that made every hair on my body stand on end. I could feel the pulse of history thrumming beneath our feet, the weight of every decision yet to unfold hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. "Today, we fight for our independence," Theodoras bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "We will not bow to the whims of outsiders." In that moment, I felt the world shift, the ground beneath me tilting toward an uncertain future. Marina's grip tightened, anchoring me in this whirlwind of emotion. "We must find a way to reach him," she urged, her eyes ablaze with determination. "But how?" The ghosts of the past whispered their warnings, their voices weaving a tapestry of despair that threatened to choke out our fragile hopes. Could we bridge this chasm, unite our peoples in a shared vision of prosperity, or would we be consumed by the fires of conflict? Time slipped away, ticking down toward a confrontation that could shatter everything we had worked for. I could feel it, death and rebirth intertwined, every heartbeat echoing the urgency of the moment. The air was thick with anticipation, a blend of fear and hope, passion and despair. And as I stood there, caught in the crosshairs of history, I realized that we were no longer just players in a game, we were the architects of our own fate, standing on the precipice, ready to leap into the unknown. Whatever happens, I thought, as the crowd surged forward, we will face it together. The clash of swords rang through the air, a symphony of chaos that reverberated in the bones. Blood stained the earth, dark and thick, a scarlet reminder of ambition gone awry. I stood there, feeling the heat of battle wash over me, an inferno of rage and desperation. It was a moment suspended in time, a moment that would echo through the ages, a moment that felt like the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable descent into madness. Cassander, his face twisted with a storm of fury and betrayal, thrust his sword forward, each swing a desperate plea for power. For the honor of my father, he roared, and I could see the ghosts of his past fluttering behind him, shadows of a boy who once dreamed of glory, now twisted by the shards of a kingdom splintering beneath his feet. I knew him once, before ambition had soured his heart, before the weight of a world rested upon his shoulders like a yoke. But now? Now, the boy had become a monster, a reflection of his own worst nightmares. I remember the nights we spent beneath the stars, lying side by side in the fields of Macedon, sharing dreams of conquest, of fame, of the day we'd ride into cities that would sing our names. But ambition is a fickle lover, seducing with promises of greatness only to lead one into the maw of destruction. The laughter we shared felt like a ghost, haunting me in this graveyard of shattered dreams. I remember all too well. And there was Antipater, his eyes flickering with doubt as he surveyed the battlefield. "What have we become?" he whispered, his voice laced with anguish, as if the weight of their choices was too heavy to bear. The battle raged around him, but all he could see was the crumbling empire they had fought to build, now disintegrating before their eyes. He was torn, caught in the crossfire of loyalty and ambition, struggling against the tide pulling him into darkness. I felt his pain like a dagger in my own heart. He was a man trapped in a cage of his own making, the bars forged from the very bonds of brotherhood. The sun began to sink, casting long shadows that crept across the blood-soaked ground, whispering their secrets to those willing to listen. I watched as Cassander's blade found its mark, plunging into the chest of a soldier who had once fought at his side, a brother turned foe. The man gasped, eyes wide with disbelief as life slipped away, pouring out like the last rays of the dying sun. I shuddered, feeling the weight of betrayal hang in the air, thick as smoke. "What have we done?" I thought, echoing the question that trembled on Antipater's lips. "Is this what we wanted?" I shouted, my voice rising above the din of clashing steel and cries of the dying. But no one heard me. They were caught in the whirlpool of their own ambition, drowning in the very dreams that once buoyed them. I could see it in their eyes, the promise of glory now turned to ash, a bitter memory lingering like smoke in the air. The night fell, heavy and oppressive, wrapping around us like a shroud. The stars blinked above, indifferent witnesses to our descent into madness. Cassander stood amidst the ruins of his own making, breathing hard, a conqueror without a kingdom, triumphant yet hollow. "I will not let this end," he growled, a bitter promise laced with despair. He believed he could seize a throne from the ashes of a broken dream, but I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a fleeting moment where the truth threatened to consume him whole. And there was Antipater, torn between the man he was and the monster he feared he might become. "We cannot keep fighting," he pleaded, the desperation clawing at his throat. "This is not our way." But even as he spoke, I saw the shadows of ambition dancing behind his eyes, a treacherous flicker that betrayed his resolve. It was a pain I knew all too well, the agony of wanting to be more than what the world allowed, the longing to grasp greatness even as it slipped through his fingers like sand. The battle raged on, a cacophony of screams and cries echoing in the night, but it felt distant, like a nightmare from which I could not wake. I felt the grip of fear tightening around my heart, a vice that threatened to crush me beneath its weight. I knew the outcome would be violence, but it was the violence within that terrified me most, the bloodlust that coursed through our veins, urging us onward, blinding us to our own humanity. I remember the dreams we shared, the visions of cities we would conquer, the glory we would seize from the hands of the gods. But what lay before us now was a wasteland of ambition, each of us a lost soul wandering through the ruins of our own making. We had become the very monsters we once feared, driven by the insatiable hunger for power, for a legacy that would forever be stained with blood. As the first light of dawn broke, illuminating the battlefield soaked in despair, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The ghosts of our decisions lingered in the air, whispering, taunting, reminding us of the choices we made. I felt the weight of history pressing upon my shoulders, the shadow of Alexander looming over us even in death. We were fragments of a shattered empire, lost and searching, yearning for a purpose that seemed forever out of reach. And just as I turned to confront Cassander, a single thought echoed in my mind: we were not just fighting for a throne, we were fighting for our very souls. The lines between friend and foe blurred, and in that moment, I realized that the real battle was the one we fought within ourselves, a struggle against the darkness threatening to consume us whole. The sky above began to bleed, a premonition of the storm that would come. I felt the weight of our choices hanging thick in the air, pressing down on us, suffocating. And as the sun rose, casting a ghastly light over the battlefield, I knew this was only the beginning. The wars of the Diadochi would ripple through time, a haunting reminder of the cost of ambition, of brotherhood, of dreams that turned into nightmares. And in that moment, I understood that history would remember us not as conquerors, but as the architects of our own despair. The fight was far from over, it had only just begun. The echoes of our failures would resonate through time, haunting us in our pursuit of power, forever intertwining our fates in an endless cycle of conflict and chaos. The sun hung low in the sky, a burnt orange eye glaring down upon the blooded ground of the battlefield. The air was thick with the sweet, metallic scent of iron and the acrid smoke of burning thatch. I stood there, panting, heart pounding like a war drum in my chest, the chaos swirling around me. I remember the moment I lost my best friend, Marcus, his laughter fading into the howl of arrows slicing through the air. He had been so full of life, so eager to carve a name for himself in this growing republic. But now, he was just a shadow, a memory lost in the fog of war. Lucius! The cry pierced through the din, and I turned to see Tulia, her dark hair whipping in the wind, eyes wide with terror. She was not meant to be here, not in the thrumming heart of this frenzy. She was a healer, a gentle soul whose hands were meant for tending wounds, not witnessing the brutality of men turned beasts. We have to go. Now! But the tide of soldiers surged, a sea of flesh and rage, and I couldn't tear my gaze away from the carnage. I remember the day we first marched towards the Etruscan territories, our hearts swollen with ambition and fear. The world was vast, filled with whispers of glory and conquest, but it felt so small as I stood amidst the chaos. Faces of the fallen flashed before me, and men I had shared bread with, drank wine with, laughed with under a starlit sky. Each fallen comrade was like a star snuffed out, leaving behind only a dark void. The weight of their absence pressed down on me, unyielding, suffocating. Tulia grabbed my arm, her grip like iron. Lucius, please. Panic seeped from her voice, and I looked into her eyes, searching for a spark of hope. What I found was the same terror that gripped my heart, the same dread that clawed at my insides. Every heartbeat echoed a desperate plea: survive, survive. The clash of swords rang out, sharp and haunting, reverberating through my very bones. I could see the Etruscans now, their faces twisted in rage, eyes wild with the fire of resistance. They were fierce and unyielding, and I could almost hear their ancestors whispering, "Not today." But we were Romans, a storm born of ambition and iron. We charged, a wave of fury and desperation crashing against the cliffs of their defiance. I remember the moment I drew my sword for the first time, the weight of it unfamiliar yet intoxicating. It felt like a key to a world filled with power and blood, a ticket to a destiny that loomed larger than life. But the thrill was quickly replaced by a sickening realization: every swing, every thrust, every drop of blood spilled was a piece of my soul, a fragment of my humanity stripped away by the relentless march of glory. The battle raged on, and in the midst of the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Marcus, his back to me, facing an Etruscan soldier. He fought valiantly, his sword dancing in the air like a flame flickering against the night. But fate is a cruel mistress. In a heartbeat, everything shattered. The gleam of steel met flesh, and Marcus crumpled to the ground, his laughter silenced forever. No! My scream tore through the tumult, raw and visceral, a desperate note in a symphony of death. I rushed toward him, pushing through the throng of bodies, time warping. Each second stretched out, cruelly elongated, as if the universe conspired to prolong my suffering. The world around me faded, and all I could see was Marcus, my anchor in this storm of madness, my brother ripped away by the merciless hands of fate. Lucius! Tullia's voice cut through my haze, pulling me back, but it was too late. I could feel the dark tendrils of despair wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with every breath. I knelt beside Marcus, cradling his head in my lap, the warmth of his blood soaking through my tunic, a crimson stain blooming like a flower. Stay with me, I whispered, but he was already slipping away, a ghost drifting into the ether. War is not what you think, his eyes flickered, dimming like the last ember of a dying fire. It's not glory. It's an abyss. And with that, he was gone, leaving nothing but silence, a haunting echo in my mind. The battle still raged, but I was trapped in a void, a dark chasm filled with the specters of those I had lost. I remembered Tullia's laughter, the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about healing the wounded, about making the world a better place. Now, she was fighting beside me, the horror of war etching lines of fear across her face. She wielded her dagger not just as a weapon, but as a lifeline, defending not just her life but the fragile threads of sanity that still connected us. Lucius! We must go! Tullia's voice broke through, urgent and pleading. I saw her, really saw her, and the thought of leaving her behind, of losing another, sent a chill through my bones. We can't stay here. We can't let this consume us. But how could I leave? The air was thick with ghosts, with memories that choked me. I felt their cries resonate through my veins, each one a dagger piercing the remnants of my resolve. Marcus! I can't, and then, a stillness. A moment suspended in time, like the eye of a storm. The world around us faded, the sounds of battle dulled to a whisper. I could feel the weight of the past heavy on my shoulders, the burden of lives taken and futures shattered. It pressed down until I thought I might collapse beneath it. Remember who we are, Tullia's voice cut through the fog, steady and strong. Remember why we fight. And in that moment, I remembered. Not the glory, not the conquest, but the hope, the fragile, flickering light of hope that burned within us, even as shadows loomed. We were not just soldiers. We were dreamers, lovers of life, and we had to keep pushing forward, each step a rebellion against despair. The tide of history surged around us, and we would not be swept away. The world was alive with promise, a darkened canvas awaiting the strokes of our struggle. But I couldn't shake the weight of the past, the faces, the laughter, the blood. I inhaled deeply, the air sharp and electric with the stench of war. Let's go, I whispered, the words tumbling from my lips like a vow. And together, we stepped into the chaos, the storm of our ambition swirling around us, a dance with fate that had only just begun, as the Roman Republic's relentless drive for power consumed everything in its path. The night was thick with tension, an eerie silence cloaking the shores of Lilybaeum, broken only by the distant crash of waves against stone. I stood there, heart pounding, the salty wind biting at my skin like the whispers of 1,000 ghosts warning me of the horror to come. A lone torch flickered, casting shadows that danced like lovers caught in a deadly embrace, their forms twisting into shapes of anguish and power. I remember that moment, how the air felt electric, charged with the stench of impending doom. Marcus, son of Rome, stood beside me, his eyes reflecting a tempest of fear and determination. He clutched his sword, knuckles white, as if the weapon itself could banish the dread creeping up our spines. No turning back now, he murmured, and I could taste the bitterness in his voice, a mixture of resolve and regret. He was a soldier, yes, forged in the fires of war, but beneath that hardened exterior simmered a man haunted by the weight of his choices, desperate to prove his worth yet terrified of the blood that would soon stain his hands. I remember the stories he'd told me, tales of honor gained on the battlefield, of women lost to war. Each word dripped with longing, but there was an underlying current, a fear that clawed at him like a beast. Would he return home a hero, or would he be just another ghost, another shadow cast by the flames of conquest? Then there was Helen, a woman whose spirit burned brighter than any torch. We had met in the flickering light of a tavern, laughter spilling like wine. But now, as she stood on the precipice of war, the fire in her eyes dimmed, replaced by an unsettling calm. "What do we fight for?" she asked, her voice a fragile whisper against the crashing waves. "Is it land? Is it glory? Or is it just the ghosts of the past, dragging us into this chaos?" I watched as she tightened her grip on a tattered banner, its colors faded but still vibrant with meaning. Helen was not just a soldier's wife, she was an embodiment of resilience, a woman who understood the price of love and loss. I could see the shadows that danced behind her, the faces of those who had gone before her, the lovers, the brothers, the friends who had fallen. Each one a reminder of the cost we would pay for this war, an offering to gods who cared little for our suffering. As dawn broke, the sky was painted with hues of blood and fire, the sun rising over a battlefield that would soon be drenched in our sweat and tears. I remember the chilling juxtaposition of beauty and despair, the promise of a new day tainted by the violence it would bring. The air was thick, heavy with the taste of iron, and I could hear the murmur of soldiers around me, each voice a thread woven into the tapestry of chaos. "Remember, we are Romans," a centurion shouted, his voice booming with bravado, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of desperation. "Fight for your families. Fight for your homes." But what homes would remain? The ghosts of war already loomed large, specters of the past clawing at our heels, reminding us that for every victory, there would be a loss, a sacrifice. The tension in the air was palpable, and I felt a sickening churn in my stomach as we prepared for the inevitable clash. The waters surrounding our fleet turned a deep shade of anxiety, each wave a heartbeat echoing our fears. As the first ship readied to leave the harbor, I caught a glimpse of Marcus, his eyes locked on the horizon, searching for something, perhaps a glimmer of hope in the face of impending doom. Then the horn sounded, a deep, resonant call that sliced through the air like a blade. It was a summons to chaos, a declaration that we were about to cross the threshold into hell. The sound reverberated through my bones, filling me with a sense of dread, yet also an inexplicable thrill. I remember the impact of oars against water, the rhythmic splashes that mirrored the frantic beating of my heart. Each stroke brought us closer to the unknown, to the clash of steel and flesh. The shores of Carthage loomed ahead like the jaws of a beast waiting to swallow us whole. I could see the enemy, their banners fluttering in the wind, flames flickering in their eyes, a storm gathering, ready to unleash its fury. Marcus turned to me, his expression a tumult of emotions. "Whatever happens, remember us," he said, his voice breaking slightly. In that moment, I saw the soldier, the lover, the man who feared he might become a monster. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, a promise sealed in blood and tears. Helen stood firm, her presence a beacon amidst the storm, a reminder that this was not just a fight for power but a battle for our very souls. "We fight not for glory, but for our memories," she declared, her voice unwavering. "We fight for the ones we love, for the lives we've built, and the dreams we still carry." As the ships neared the shore, I felt the ground tremble beneath me, the world shifting as if it knew the darkness that awaited us. It was then that I realized this was more than just a war, it was a reckoning, a collision of destinies and dreams. The cries of men, the clang of swords, the scent of smoke and sweat mingling in the air would become our new reality, a tapestry woven from the threads of our lives, forever etched in the annals of history. And as the first strike of battle rang out, I felt the weight of time pressing down, the inevitability of fate unfolding before us like a cosmic clock ticking toward its conclusion. In that moment, I knew we were all prisoners of our choices, bound by the chains of our past, and the future was a vast, uncharted territory filled with ghosts and shadows, waiting to swallow us whole. As I plunged into the chaos, every heartbeat echoed with the cries of those who had come before us, the promise of hope tangled with the despair of what lay ahead. The war was not just a clash of armies, it was a conflagration of hearts, a storm of souls entwined, and as we charged into the fray, I could almost hear the universe whispering its secrets, urging us onward, deeper into that abyss from which none would return unchanged. The sun hung low, casting long shadows across the scorched earth where blood had soaked the ground just days before. It was a battlefield laden with echoes, ghostly whispers of warriors who had fought with the fierce desperation of men who knew they were nothing more than pieces on a board, pawns in a game far greater than themselves. I remember the acrid smell of smoke mingling with the coppery tang of spilled life, a haunting reminder that peace was no longer a possibility, it was a distant dream, fading faster than the light of day. Hannibal, the Carthaginian spectre, loomed large in the minds of all who dared to think of him. His presence was palpable, like a storm on the horizon, and every heart beat with a primal fear. What lay ahead was uncertain, but his promise of destruction hung heavy in the air, weaving through the thoughts of soldiers and statesmen alike. I remember his fierce eyes, burning with a resolve forged in the fires of his homeland, the weight of his ambition pushing against the very fabric of the world. There was Marcus, a soldier who clung desperately to the memory of his wife, lost in the chaos of war. I recall the way he spoke of her, as if she were a song, the notes of her laughter echoing in the depths of his soul. Every time I close my eyes, he would say, voice trembling, I see her face. It's the only thing keeping me from madness. But madness was creeping in, seeping into the cracks of his mind, as he stood there, sword in hand, battling phantoms with every swing. The ghosts of his past were relentless, taunting him with visions of a home he may never see again. Then there was Helena, a Greek noblewoman caught in the tide of shifting alliances. She was fierce and proud, a woman who wielded her charm like a weapon. The gods do not favor the weak, nor do they weep for those who fall, she would declare, but even her steely resolve wavered under the looming threat of Hannibal. She sought to unite her people, to forge an alliance that could stand against the Carthaginian tide, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily upon her shoulders. The night before battles, when the moon hung like a silent witness in the sky, she would pace in her chambers, every step echoing like a drum, a reminder that time was slipping away. I remember the tension, thick enough to slice through. It thrummed in the air, a constant reminder of what was at stake. A message arrived one fateful night, delivered on the wings of desperation. Hannibal is at the gates of Corinth, it read, the words dripping with foreboding. My heart raced. Fear coursed through every vein, igniting a primal instinct within me. This was not just a war, it was a reckoning. The alliances we formed would either save us or lead to our doom. Marcus stood before Helena, eyes burning with urgency. We can't wait any longer, he pleaded, the desperation clawing at his throat. The longer we hesitate, the more lives are lost. We must act. His voice was a frayed thread, but each word was laced with raw emotion, bearing the weight of every soul lost to the ravages of war. Helena held her ground, the fire of rebellion flickering in her gaze. And what of our people? They are not mere soldiers to be sacrificed for glory. We must strategize. We must find common ground. But the ground felt unsteady beneath her, and she could sense the tide shifting. The whispers of her advisors circled around her like vultures, each seeking to pull her in a different direction, each holding a piece of the truth that felt just out of reach. As night swallowed the land, the stars flickered overhead, a cosmic ballet of chaos and order, a reminder of the fragile balance of power. The sky was a canvas painted with the dreams and nightmares of countless souls. I remember staring up at it, feeling an inexplicable connection to those shimmering points of light. They were the hopes of the fallen and the fears of the living, twinkling in the void. In the silence that followed, Marcus made a choice that would push him to the brink. I will ride out tonight, he declared, the words falling heavy and final. I will speak with the commanders of the Greek cities. I will rally them to our cause. His eyes bore the weight of a promise, but deep down, I sensed the tremor of uncertainty. The ride would be perilous, the path uncertain. Would he return? Or would he become yet another ghost haunting the shadows of this land? Helena reached for him, her fingers brushing against his arm. You're willing to gamble your life for this? Her voice was barely a whisper, but it carried the weight of their unspoken bond. The uncharted waters of their hearts had long since been mapped, each crevice filled with longing and fear, yet the stakes had never been higher. I'd gamble my life for anyone who serves the greater good, he replied, fierce determination igniting within him. Even if it means facing Hannibal himself. The fire in his eyes was unmistakable, but beneath it lay a flicker of doubt, a question that remained unspoken. And so, as dawn approached, the horizon shifted from ink to gold, painting a world that felt both beautiful and terrifying. I remember the sound of hooves pounding against the earth, the rhythm echoing like a heartbeat, relentless and unwavering, as Marcus rode into the unknown. Helena watched him go, standing alone on the threshold of a decision that could change the course of history. In that moment, the weight of their choices pressed upon them like the weight of the heavens. The very fabric of fate hung in the balance, woven together with strands of hope and despair. The shadow of Hannibal loomed ever closer, a predator watching its prey, while the specter of alliances and betrayals danced in the air, ready to consume them whole. What lay ahead was uncertain, a tempest fueled by ambition and driven by fear. But as the sun broke free from the grasp of night, illuminating the path ahead, one thing became painfully clear: this was no ordinary conflict. It was a clash of titans, a storm that would shake the foundations of the world. With every heartbeat, we were drawn deeper into the chaos, standing on the precipice of destiny, teetering between the promise of hope and the abyss of despair. The air crackled with tension, sharp as the scent of iron. It hung heavy, dense like fog, curling around the soldiers who stood on the precipice of history, their breath visible against the cold dawn. I remember the sky, bruised and bloodied, a harbinger of the chaos that was to come. Every heartbeat thudded in my chest, a relentless drum echoing the dread that gnawed at my insides. This wasn't just war. It was a collision of souls, a thunderstorm of ambition and fear. "Too late to turn back now," said Lysander, his voice a gravelly whisper, thick with the weight of regret. His eyes darted over the horizon where the sun wrestled with the clouds, casting an eerie glow upon the valley that would soon drown in blood. He was a soldier, yes, but in his heart, he was a poet, a man who felt the weight of every life lost, every dream shattered in the name of glory. "They think we fight for land, but it's more than that," he continued, his gaze piercing me. "It's for our very souls." "Or our pride," I shot back, bitterness creeping into my tone. "My name is Alizia, a daughter of the Macedonian soil, raised to believe in the strength of our people, but standing on the cusp of battle, I felt the shackles of expectation tighten around my throat. I had come to witness, to stand by my brother, but I was caught in a tempest that threatened to unravel everything I had ever known. Our kingdom, our very essence, was about to clash with the proud warriors of Greece. I remembered my mother's voice, soft and sweet, weaving tales of heroes and valor. But now, as the shadows of war loomed over us, those stories felt like hollow echoes. "Fear is a ghost, Alizia," she had said, brushing my hair back from my face. "Face it, and it will dissolve." But standing here, heart racing, I realized that fear was all-consuming, a wolf at the door. The sun broke through, a fleeting moment of beauty mocked by the reality of what lay ahead. I glanced at my brother, Calix, his face a mask of determination, yet I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. He was the anchor in a storm, the eldest son tasked with leading our men into the fray. But what if the sea swallowed him whole? "You'll come back," I whispered, my voice barely above the wind. It was a promise, but deep down, I feared it was a lie. "Alizia, I must," he replied, his grip on his sword tightening, the knuckles white against the hilt. "They are coming. We do this for Macedonia." His words hung heavy between us like a fragile thread, and I wished to snatch it away, to pull him back from the edge of this abyss. We were not just fighting for land, we were fighting for our hearts, our identities woven into the very fabric of this battlefield. Then came the sound, a low rumble that rose from the distance, a chant swelling into an unholy roar. The Greek armies marched onward, a tide of determination surging toward us, their banners snapping defiantly in the wind. My heart raced in tandem with the drums of war, each beat wrapping tighter around my gut. "Remember, it's not just blood they seek, it's our spirit," Lysander murmured, his voice thick with emotion, as if he, too, was a vessel of our collective dread. I felt a sudden kinship with him. We were both caught in the riptide of duty, longing for something more than this senseless violence. And just like that, it began. The air sang with the clash of steel, a cacophony of screams and shouts, echoing like thunder. I watched as men, brothers, fathers, and sons, each one a piece of our community, fell like leaves stripped from a tree, their dreams snuffed out in an instant. A visceral horror curled around my heart, squeezing until I could hardly breathe, until I could hardly see through the haze of dust and despair. "Fight!" Calix bellowed, his voice rising above the chaos, and I saw him charge forward, his spirit ablaze, a comet destined to burn bright against the fading light. But I felt the pull of shadows creeping in, clinging to me like a second skin. My legs felt rooted, immovable against the weight of fear. How could I fight when every fiber of me wanted to scream, to run, to claw back the hands of fate? Alizia! Lysander shouted as he lunged toward me, dragging my gaze from the abyss. We must stand together. And in that moment, I saw the truth reflected in his eyes, raw, desperate, and unyielding. We were not merely spectators, we were a part of this unfolding tapestry, woven by our decisions, our fears, our very lives. I remembered the stories of gods and monsters, of battles that shaped destinies, but they paled against this visceral reality. The taste of iron filled my mouth, and I, too, felt the surge of defiance swell within me. I gripped the dagger hidden beneath my cloak, the cool metal grounding me, a reminder that even the smallest force could carve a path through the dark. Together, I echoed, and the fear that had gripped me began to unravel. I pushed forward, the weight of my brother's legacy igniting a fire in my chest. I would not let the shadows consume us. I would not let this moment define our fate. In the chaos of clashing bodies, amid the screams and shouts of dying men, I felt alive. This was my heartbeat, my truth, and I would carve our name into the annals of time, no matter the cost. We stood on the cusp of existence, a symphony of rage, fear, and unyielding hope. The sun dipped lower, shadows lengthening as we charged into the maelstrom of humanity, together. And above it all, the cosmos watched, a vast, indifferent sea of stars and galaxies, where time twisted and turned like a restless dream. Would we be remembered, or would we vanish into night, a mere whisper among the echoes of time? Time would tell, but right now, as the first clash unfolded, all I could feel was the pulse of life, raw and unadulterated, echoing through the fabric of what was to come. The ground trembles underfoot, a thrumming heartbeat echoing through the valley, resonant with dread and anticipation. I remember the dust, thick and choking, swirling in the air, almost as if the very earth were protesting the carnage soon to unfold. The sun hangs low, casting a crimson hue over the landscape, as if the sky itself were bleeding. I stand there, my heart a drum, too loud, too frantic, drowning out the whispers of those around me. The air crackles with tension, heavy with the scent of sweat and fear. Marcus, a soldier pinned between loyalty and doubt, watches his comrades sharpen their blades. Each scrape against iron sends shivers down my spine, multiplying my trepidation. I see his hands, calloused yet trembling, a man forged in battle yet haunted by memories of loved ones left behind. The echoes of laughter from a sunlit home invade his thoughts, a stark contrast to the grim reality before him. He swallows hard, yearning for that warmth, the familiarity of gentle smiles, but knows that warmth is a distant star, growing dimmer by the second. On the opposing side stands Persephone, her spirit unyielding, a fierce embodiment of a people fighting for their honor. Her heart aches with the weight of her ancestors, the ghosts of warriors who fell long before her, ghosts that guide her, whispering secrets in the wind. It is said she carries the heart of a lioness, yet I see the vulnerability beneath the surface. She clenches the hilt of her sword, knuckles white, as she gazes into the horizon. In her mind, she battles not just the Romans, but the shackles of expectation, the fear of failure, the relentless grip of time that pulls her closer to fate. The silence before the storm is so thick it suffocates. Soldiers, men who had laughed over shared meals just days before, now stand as statues, frozen in fear, anticipation, and resolve. I can almost taste the metallic tang in the air, a prelude to bloodshed and sorrow. A lone crow caws overhead, a harbinger of doom, and the sound chills my bones. It feels like a curse, a foretelling of the lives that will be torn apart, dreams turned to ash. And then the moment breaks, shattering the stillness like glass. The Romans charge forth, a tide of steel and fury, their war cries a cacophony that gnaws at the edges of my sanity. I remember the sound, the fierce roar of thousands, a wave crashing against the shores of history, and I feel it reverberate within me, shaking loose fragments of my own identity. Who am I amidst this chaos? A spectator or a participant? The thought flickers like candlelight, illuminating the corners of my mind, before being snuffed out in the frenzy. Marcus fights, a whirlwind of motion, but each swing of his sword feels heavy, burdened by doubt. His eyes search for Persephone among the chaos, a desperate attempt to tether himself to hope, to humanity. He remembers moments shared in whispered conversations beneath the stars, a fleeting connection that now feels like a dream slipping through his fingers. Their gazes meet briefly, a flicker of recognition in the midst of the storm, a fleeting embrace of fate that intertwines their paths, a moment that could change everything. Persephone's heart races as she engages in combat, every strike fueled by the weight of her lineage. Each clash of swords echoes the cries of her fallen kin, and with every swing, she channels their strength, their valor. But beneath her fierce exterior lies a fear she dares not voice, a fear of losing herself, of becoming a ghost among the living. She fights as though her very soul is at stake, for within this chaos, she seeks redemption, a chance to carve her name into the annals of history, to stand as a beacon for those who come after. The battle rages on, swirling around them like a storm of chaos and fury, yet within that torrent, I see them, two souls entwined by fate, each struggling to reclaim a piece of themselves amid the horror. They are flawed, imperfect, yet fiercely human. In their desperation, they become a mirror reflecting the raw struggle of existence. I remember the way their eyes burn with intensity, fierce and unwavering, amidst the blood-soaked earth, each heartbeat a reminder of what's at stake. Time distorts in the chaos, a broken clock lost in a cosmic dance, the minutes stretching into eternity. I watch as Marcus falters, his strength waning, the faces of fallen friends haunting his every move. The weight of his unsaid words crushes him, the love he never expressed now a dagger twisting in his heart. He fears he will never speak them, never share them with the one who haunts his dreams. Each swing of his sword becomes a desperate gasp for life, for connection, for meaning amidst the carnage. And then, a moment, the heartbeat suspended in time. Persephone, battling her own inner demons, sees Marcus at the edge of the fray, his spirit flickering like a candle in the wind. In that instant, everything sharpens, the war fades into the background, and all that matters is the raw, electric connection between them. She lunges forward, a warrior's cry on her lips, a promise of survival cutting through the din. Hold on, she screams, but the sound is swallowed by the chaos, her voice a mere ripple in the vast ocean of war. In the swirling storm of violence, as steel meets flesh and cries of agony ripple through the air, I feel the sky darkening, the weight of the cosmos pressing down. This is not merely a battle, it is a reckoning that will seep into the very fabric of history, a turning point that will reshape destinies. Every thrust of the sword, every echoing scream reverberates through time, leaving scars that will never heal. And as the dust settles, I know that though this moment may end, it will never truly fade. The echoes of Pydna will linger, haunting, relentless, a reminder that amidst the chaos, the human spirit endures, scarred yet unbroken, forever yearning for connection, for meaning, even in the face of annihilation. Time ticks on, an unyielding clock counting down to the next chapter, the next battle, the next heart that beats with unresolved longing. The air crackled with tension, sharp as the glint of a sword drawn in the dark. Shadows stretched long across the cobblestone streets of Corinth, where whispers slipped like ghosts between crumbling pillars. I stood there, heart pounding in rhythm with the distant cries of men preparing for battle, every heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of alliances forged in fear. The sun dipped low, blood-red, setting fire to the sky, an omen of the tempest brewing within the hearts of city-states locked in a deadly waltz with Rome. "Chara, we can't wait any longer." My friend Lysander's voice sliced through the thickening air, laced with desperation. He was a man of resolve, his spirit unyielding, yet the nerves in his hands betrayed him, trembling as he gripped the hilt of his dagger. "If we're going to strike, it must be tonight. They'll come for us. They always do." I could see the fear lurking in his piercing eyes, a tempest of memories clashing against the walls of his mind. I remembered the stories, the Roman legions marching with the precision of a clock, the echoes of swords clanging in battle, the razed cities, the salted earth. "What if we fail?" I whispered, the words choking in my throat. "What if alliances shatter and we stand alone against them?" "Better alone than under their heel," he shot back, his voice fierce, yet the tremor betrayed his bravado. "We cannot let our cities fall, Chara." The shadows of Rome loom closer each day. I watched him pacing amidst the flickering torches, a lion backed into the corner, roaring defiance against a tide that threatened to engulf us all. Our city-state, once a beacon of culture and philosophy, was now a pawn in a game played by giants. The dreams of unity faded with each passing day, replaced by the bitter taste of betrayal. Who could we trust? The laugh shared in the agora now echoed hollow, a cruel reminder of how quickly laughter turns to lament. Remember the festival? I said, my voice softer now, nostalgia wrapping around me like a shroud. The music, the dancing, the sweet wine flowing like a river? We were unstoppable then, united under the stars. His face softened for a moment, the ghost of a smile flickering. And now, we're ready to drown in blood. The irony dripped like venom from his tongue. The laughter faded, replaced by the weight of what was to come, conflict, chaos, and heartbreak. In that moment, I felt it, the tightening in my chest, the creeping dread of memories that clawed at the edges of my mind. I remembered the faces of friends long gone, swallowed by war, their dreams extinguished beneath the heel of the mighty. It was a cycle, a dance of death and destruction that seemed as inevitable as the rise and fall of the sun. Who were we? Mere shadows of those who once stood proud, now forced to scrape together alliances with those who had betrayed us before. Chara! The voice shattered my reverie, a figure emerging from the darkness, cloaked in urgency. It was Damaris, a woman whose fierce spirit was known throughout the city, her heart as defiant as the wild olive trees that clung to the rocky cliffs. The Athenian envoy is here. They've heard our call, but their loyalty is questionable. What if they lead us into a trap? Then we take the risk, Lysander interjected, passion igniting in his blue eyes. We can't do this alone. We need them. I could feel the weight of his conviction, a fire burning like a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Risking our lives for their games. Damaris scoffed, the bite in her tone sharp enough to cut. They'll smile at us while plotting our demise. They'll betray us for the sake of their own ambitions. Better to dance with the devil than sit idle, waiting for doom, Lysander insisted, his voice rising above the tension, echoing off the stone walls like a war cry. What was it about these alliances that felt like a noose tightening around our necks? The thought consumed me, a phantom lurking at the edge of every conversation, every furtive glance exchanged. I watched as they bantered back and forth, a fierce tempest of conflicting wills, each voice rising higher, mingling in a cacophony of fear and hope. A friendship on the brink, a fragile thread woven through betrayal and loyalty, love and hatred. The flames of the torches flickered wildly, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls, a grotesque parody of our fears. In this realm where camaraderie could quickly turn to bloodshed, the stakes were painted in shades of red, each stroke a reminder of what we stood to lose. Merely shadows, I breathed, my voice nearly lost in the swirling chaos. In a moment, we could all vanish. Just like that. I snapped my fingers, and the sound echoed, a reminder of our mortality. Then let us leave a mark, Lysander said, his conviction unwavering. Let us show them that we are not mere shadows but sparks of rebellion, a fire that cannot be snuffed out. His words ignited something within me, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. We were not just pawns in a game. We were the players, the architects of our fate. As the night deepened, the air thickened with palpable tension, a storm brewing on the horizon. The echoes of our laughter from years past reverberated in my mind, now intertwined with the grim realities that lay ahead. Each heartbeat, a reminder of the choices that would shape our destinies. The Roman legions were coming. Their shadows loomed large on the horizon, but tonight, we would not cower. We would fight, we would bleed, and perhaps, just perhaps, we would rise again from the ashes of despair. The flickering torches illuminated the path ahead, and as we gathered our resolve, I could feel it, an unmistakable pulse of defiance coursing through our veins. Together, we would carve our names into the annals of history, our voices echoing against the might of Rome until the very stars above bore witness to our struggle. And as the night whispered its secrets, the shadows danced eagerly, waiting for the first clash of steel, the first cries of battle to pierce the silence, marking the dawn of an epic conflict that would bind us forever. The sun hung low over Athens, a crimson orb bleeding into the horizon, casting shadows long and menacing. I stood in the chaos of the agora, the beating heart of the city, where the air thickened with the stench of sweat and anxiety. Voices clashed like swords, rising and falling in a dissonance that felt almost musical, yet it was a dirge, a mourning for what was and what might soon be lost. The echoes of shouted accusations and fervent debates ricocheted off the marble pillars, a symphony of tension that tightened around my chest like a noose. I turned my gaze to Lysandra, her fists clenched, knuckles white against the backdrop of a world unraveling. The fire in her eyes was unmistakable, a fierce resolve tempered by a fear that gnawed at her soul. "We cannot let them take it from us," she breathed, her voice a mere whisper beneath the ferocity of the crowd. But would anyone hear her? In her heart, she knew, the weight of the city's fate rested not in the hands of warriors but of dreamers like her, and that burden was suffocating. Beside her stood Dorian, a man whose very essence was a tempest. He had loved and lost, each heartbreak carving lines into his face, each betrayal adding a layer to the armor he wore like a second skin. "You think they'll listen?" he spat, the bitterness of his words sharp enough to draw blood. "The council is blind. They feast while we starve." In that moment, I could see the dagger of disillusionment buried deep in his heart, a wound that refused to heal. For him, politics was a treacherous game, and he had played it too long without victory. In the distance, the statue of Athena loomed, her marble visage unwavering amid the storm. A goddess of wisdom, they said. Yet wisdom now felt futile, as if it could not reach the stubborn hearts of men blinded by ambition and greed. I could almost hear her voice, a whisper that slipped through the cracks of history, begging for justice while the city she protected teetered on the brink. "Look at them," Lysandra urged, motioning to a gathering of citizens, their faces twisted in anger and desperation. "They need a leader. Someone who'll fight for us." Her voice trembled, and I saw hope flicker in her eyes like a candle in a storm. But hope was a fragile thing, and I feared it would extinguish before the dawn. Dorian scoffed, the sound raw and unyielding. "And who might that be? You? Me? We're nothing but shadows in their game." The bitterness in his tone was palpable, a stark reminder that dreams can sour, turning to ash on the tongue. He was the realist, the anchor tethering Lysandra's soaring ambitions to the ground. But even anchors can drown in a tempest. As the sun dipped lower, the sky became a canvas of reds and oranges, painting a picture that belied the darkness creeping into their hearts. "I remember the days when we believed in the power of the people," Lysandra whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "When we thought we could change the world." A breath caught in her throat, heavy with unspoken desires. I felt it, too, the weight of those memories, a bittersweet ache that pulsed through the crowd. Dorian's expression softened for a fleeting moment, a crack in his armor. "And what good did it do us?" he shot back, but there was a flicker of vulnerability in his words, a longing for something greater than survival. "The gods don't care about our dreams." But did they? I could almost hear them, lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Each moment felt suspended in time, a fragile thread holding their destinies, each heartbeat resonating with the universe, every breath a plea to the cosmos for mercy. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the crowd, piercing the air like a sword through flesh. "Treason! Treason!" The word hung heavy, a specter hanging over them all. Eyes widened, hearts raced. The pack surged forward, a tidal wave of fear and anger. In an instant, the unity of their desperation splintered into chaos. Lysandra grasped Dorian's arm, her voice rising above the din. "We can't let them turn against each other." But the moment was lost, a breath in the wind, a flicker of light swallowed by darkness. The crowd, once filled with purpose, now resembled a wild beast, thrashing against the chains of oppression. I felt the panic seep into my bones. There was no turning back from this precipice. I remember the way the shadows danced, a cruel play mocking their intentions. I remember the faces, some twisted in rage, others etched with fear, and still others painted with a stubborn determination that refused to yield. Each face told a story, each voice a reminder of the delicate balance between hope and despair. As night fell, the city transformed. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat echoing like distant thunder. The moon rose, a ghostly sentinel watching over them. It was a time for reckoning, and the stakes had never been higher. I could almost feel the swords being sharpened, the whispers of betrayal weaving through the darkness like smoke. Lysandra and Dorian stood at the edge of the crowd, their fates intertwined like the roots of ancient olive trees, deep, complex, and intertwined yet utterly different. Two spirits, one aflame with hope, the other weighed down with despair. They were reflections of every dreamer and realist, every idealist and cynic, and they stood on the brink of a revolution that could either uplift or obliterate them. The weight of the moment hung heavy in the air, poised for something monumental. The flicker of an idea, a whisper of change, lingered just out of reach, tantalizingly close yet achingly far. I could feel the anticipation crackling, a silent promise that change was near. But for whom? For what? And as the darkness deepened, I understood, the shadows were not merely a backdrop, they were the heartbeat of the city, the pulse of a land on the brink of transformation. Each breath we took echoed with the weight of history, the longing for justice. And in that moment, everything shifted. I remember the ache of uncertainty, the bitterness of lost dreams, the flicker of hope amidst despair. I remember the city, alive with possibility, teetering on the edge. And I knew this was just the beginning. The stage was set for the storm that was to come, and every soul in that agora would feel its fury. The rumble of boots echoed like thunder across the trembling earth. It was the kind of sound that gripped the heart with icy fingers, a harbinger of destruction. The sun hung low, casting long shadows across the streets of Corinth, where laughter had once danced upon the air like a sweet melody. Now, the atmosphere thickened with an unspeakable dread. It was palpable, heavy as the gathering storm. I remember the moment when the first scream erupted, a haunting, primal call that shattered the fragile calm. I was there, crouched behind a crumbling wall, heart pounding like a war drum. I peered through a jagged opening, witnessing the world unravel before my eyes. The Roman legions advanced, their armor glinting menacingly in the fading light, a sea of cold steel and ruthless ambition. I could feel their hunger, a ravenous need to swallow us whole, to extinguish our flame. And there was Marcus, my brother, standing defiantly in the street, chest heaving with stubborn pride. Not today, he roared, as if the very gods would heed his challenge. I felt the heat of his passion and the chill of his foolishness all at once. To stand against Rome was to invite annihilation, yet I admired his spirit, even as it terrified me. There, in that heart-stopping moment, I saw not just my brother but a son of Corinth, a dreamer, a believer. But then, in the chaos, I spotted her, Elia, my love, standing frozen in the doorway of our home, eyes wide with shock. In her gaze, I found an ocean of unspoken words, emotion swirling like storm clouds. Fear wrapped around her throat like a tightening noose, and I knew she felt it too, the suffocating weight of despair. Marcus, she cried, reaching out, a fragile lifeline tossed into the maelstrom. I wanted to run to her, to pull her into my arms and shield her from the horrors that were about to unfold. But my feet were anchored to the ground, paralyzed by dread. I was awash in memories, our secret laughter shared under the stars, her delicate fingers tracing the lines of my palm, the way she would smile at the ridiculousness of our lives. "Why do you care?" I had asked once, teasing her about her obsession with the tragedy of our city. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy. But how light-hearted those moments felt now, how utterly absurd. The Roman centurion bellowed an order, and suddenly, the air crackled with violence. The first clash of metal rang out, a spine-chilling symphony of brutality. Marcus charged, a furious bolt of energy, and I wanted to scream, to grasp his arm and pull him back into safety. Instead, my voice was swallowed by the chaos, drowned in the roar of battle. I remember the fire, the way it licked greedily at the wooden structures, how it shimmered like hell's own breath. Elia was still there, frozen, and I could almost hear her heart breaking, shattering like glass. In that moment, time stretched thin, each heartbeat echoing loudly in the cacophony. I felt alive and dead all at once, suspended in the suffocating grip of inevitability. The cavalry thundered forward, chaos unfurled like a dark banner, and I could see the fear in the eyes of the townsfolk, our neighbors, our friends, fleeing like shadows, like echoes of a once thriving city. I wanted to reach out, to pull them back, to tell them it wasn't over yet, but my voice was a ghost, drifting away into the darkening sky. And then, the earth shook with the weight of the Roman advance. They moved with the precision of a deadly dance, each step echoing the relentless march of history. I watched as they consumed everything in their path, their ambition insatiable. "We are the future," their banner seemed to chant, and I felt the world around me convulse with the anguish of loss. Corinth, my love, my heart, was being erased. I could see Marcus, blooded but unbowed, fighting with a ferocity fueled by despair. It was a dance of shadows, of light and dark, and in his eyes, I saw the flickering flame of hope battling against the consuming darkness. For Corinth, he cried, and that cry, oh, how it cut through the air, raw and jagged. But hope is a fragile thing, my friends, a thin thread in the tapestry of fate. As I stood there, riveted by terror, I felt Elia's hand grasp mine, fingers trembling, the warmth of her touch grounding me in that moment of terror. "We must go," she whispered, her voice a soft plea, a haunting echo of love amidst the storm. But how could I leave when my brother fought? How could I abandon the very essence of our lives? And then it happened. A flash of blinding light, and I felt the world tilt on its axis. The ground shuddered, and a scream pierced the air, a sound that would haunt me until my last breath. Marcus fell, his silhouette swallowed by the chaos, a tragic hero in a tragic tale. "No!" I howled, the word tearing from my throat like a primal scream, a haunting wail that resonated with the heart of the cosmos. For a moment, everything froze. The world was suspended in a ghostly silence, and in that haunting stillness, I saw Elia's face, the way her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, the weight of our shared memories crashing down like a tidal wave. I wanted to tell her it would be all right, that we would survive this, that love would be enough. But those words felt like ashes on my tongue. The Romans surged forward, relentless. Shadows danced in the flames, twisting and writhing like the souls of the damned. The city crumbled around us, dreams turned to dust, and I was left standing at the precipice of despair. Time had no meaning here, it was a cruel illusion as I stood teetering on the edge, trapped in a nightmare where hope and horror intertwined. And so, I took a step into the darkness, into the abyss that threatened to swallow us whole, my heart torn between love and loss, my soul never to be the same. The echoes of despair rang in my ears, and as the last flicker of light faded into nothingness, I knew that the destruction of Corinth was not just the end of a city. It was the grave of our dreams, the tomb of our humanity, the chilling reminder that power comes at a devastating cost. The winds howled, sweeping through the ruins, carrying with them the whispers of the past, memories entwined with dreams, and I felt the tightening grip of fate. In the shadows of our broken city, we were left with nothing but a haunting silence, a prelude to the darkness that lay ahead. The story had not yet ended, it merely lingered in the twilight, waiting to resume its cruel dance. The air crackled with anticipation, the weight of unspoken words hanging like a mist over the city of Aegium. I remember the clang of iron against iron, the shadows of warriors poised on the edge of history, waiting for a moment that felt both inevitable and haunting. The echoes of 1,000 unfulfilled dreams reverberated through the stone streets, calling out to a past that felt both distant and achingly close, like a whisper from the grave. In the heart of this turmoil stood Lysandra, her heart a tumultuous sea, churning with fear and defiance. Her grip tightened on the hilt of her sword, the cold metal grounding her in a reality that felt anything but certain. The flames of rebellion flickered in her eyes, a reflection of her tumultuous spirit, a spirit that yearned to break free but was tethered to the expectations of her family and the weight of tradition. I remember her breath, sharp and quick, as it mingled with the smoke rising from the burning torches. "I will not bow," she murmured, a mantra that hung in the air, fragile yet fierce. But oh, the irony of it, a woman forged in the fires of defiance, caught in a web of loyalty that threatened to suffocate her. All around her, the whispers of the Achaean League reverberated, a chorus of both hope and despair. Would they rise against the oppression that clutched at their throats, or would they succumb to the suffocating embrace of submission? The choice felt monumental, yet so terribly personal. Across the square, I saw Callias, his face illuminated by the flickering torchlight, shadows dancing upon his features like ghosts of choices left unmade. His eyes were haunted, a mirror reflecting the weight of his own conflicts. A hardened soldier, he bore the scars of past battles, yet the greatest war raged within him. A choice lay before him, the choice between loyalty to the League, the brotherhood he had fought for, and the love he harbored for Lysandra. Fight or fly, Callias. Choose, he heard a voice echo in his mind, a voice that belonged to a long-gone friend now lost to the chaos of war. And so, amidst the rising tension, the echoes of their past collided. I remember the laughter shared under the stars, their voices melding into one joyful sound like a hymn for the forgotten. I remember the way Lysandra's smile could light up even the darkest corners of his heart, how he would do anything to keep that light shining. Yet, now, as the spectre of war loomed ever closer, that same smile felt like a distant memory, a fragile flicker threatened by the gusts of fate. The night thickened around them, a palpable silence before the storm, and the ground trembled with the march of the Achaean League's assembly. It was a tide of humanity, a flood of souls drawn together by a common cause, but divided by their fears. The air was thick, a mixture of sweat and raw determination, mingling into something almost sacred. "We stand together," the herald's voice rang out, a clarion call that drummed in the chest of every listener. For a heartbeat, hope surged. But an undercurrent of dread pulsed beneath, a reminder that standing together might lead them to ruin. Lysandra closed her eyes, her heart a cacophony of conflicting desires. The weight of tradition bore down on her, a relentless reminder that she was not just fighting for herself but for every woman who had ever been silenced. What if submission is not a choice, she wondered, the thought rippling through her, a dark specter threatening to consume her resolve. What if resistance means sacrificing everything? And yet, there was Callias, his heart a fortress of loyalty, teetering on the brink of collapse. He remembered the first time they had spoken of dreams, when the world seemed bright and unburdened. "A soldier's life is bound by duty," he had said then, his youthful bravado infusing their conversation with the thrill of possibility. But now, duty felt like a chain, heavy and unyielding, dragging him into the depths of despair. To protect her, I must fight, he thought, yet the thought of losing her to the chaos felt like a knife twisting in his gut. As the assembly began to chant, the sound reverberated through the night, an anthem of resistance, a prayer for unity that felt both powerful and fragile. Each voice resonated, a wave of fervor that swept through the crowd. And in that moment, time seemed to stretch and fracture, a paradox of urgency and stillness. The future danced just out of reach, a fleeting shadow that teased them, whispering promises of glory and doom alike. In that electric space, Lysandra's gaze locked onto Callias, the weight of their shared history thrumming between them like a heartbeat, insistent and alive. Would he stand beside her, willing to cast aside the shackles of expectation? Or would he retreat into the shadows, a ghost caught between two worlds? The air crackled with unspoken words, the tension so thick it felt like a living thing, wrapping around them, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. As the drums of war began to beat, I remember the haunting refrain of betrayal echoing in the background, a reminder that in this fight, there would be no innocent bystanders. The ghosts of the past loomed large, whispering secrets into the night, a chilling reminder that every choice would carve a path towards a future steeped in uncertainty. And then, as if the universe held its breath, the moment broke, the first clash of steel rang out, echoing through the square like a death knell. The desperate cries of men and women filled the air, drowning out the dreams they had once shared. The chaos erupted, and in that instant, the world shifted irrevocably, a spiral of resistance and submission collapsing into an abyss where hope and despair danced together, entwined in an eternal embrace. I remember, oh, how I remember, the way the night swallowed their cries, the old walls of Aegeum standing witness to the birth of a new reality, a reality that would demand everything. And in that darkness, the unresolved tension hung like a blade, poised to slice through the delicate fabric of their lives, leaving only echoes of their choices behind. The air crackled with tension, a taut string ready to snap at the slightest touch. Under the haunting glow of a waning moon, shadows danced across the cobblestone streets of Rome, the heartbeat of the empire echoing in every corner. In a narrow alley, whispers of Greek philosophers drifted like smoke, curling into the night, wrapping around the minds of those who dared to listen. Lucia stood at the threshold, her breath caught in her throat, a storm of emotion swirling inside her. She could feel the weight of the ancient world pressing down, Aristotle's teachings, Plato's illusions, the very essence of Hellenic culture pressing like a vice against her chest. She was a Roman, yet the tendrils of Greek thought had curled around her heart, binding her to a legacy she both craved and resented. The statues lining the street seemed to turn their marble eyes upon her, judgment and wisdom mingling in their frozen gazes. "I remember," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loud would shatter the fragile web of dreams she clung to. "I remember the first time I felt it, the stirrings of philosophy in my bones, the clash of ideals that made me question everything." Her fingers traced the cool stone of a nearby column, the smooth surface cold against her skin, a stark reminder of the civilization that had shaped her existence. Just down the way, Marcus paced, a storm brewing beneath his skin. The son of a senator, he wore the weight of expectation like a shackle, a silent scream trapped in his chest. He had read the works of Homer, the dramas of Sophocles, and still felt like a ghost wandering through the halls of power. What did it mean to be a Roman? To be tethered to a legacy built on the shoulders of Greek giants. He wanted to scream, to break free from the chains, but instead, he found solace in the words that had once ignited passions in him. The Greeks saw the cosmos as a grand tapestry, he confessed to the night, his voice trembling with intensity. But what if our threads are fraying? What if we're losing the very essence of what it means to be alive? His heart raced, a drumbeat of turmoil, as he recalled the lectures, the debates, the fiery exchanges that had shaped him. Each philosophy, each idea, was a glimmer of hope, yet also a reminder of his inadequacy. The moonlight flickered as a haunting laugh echoed in the distance, pulling them both back into the present, the laughter of a city that thrived on chaos and contradiction. Here, amidst the splendor of temples and the stench of the marketplace, the whispers of Greek culture wove through the very fabric of Roman society, a tapestry of passion, intellect, and cruel irony. Lucia and Marcus found themselves drawn together, two souls adrift in the swirling currents of culture and expectation. Their eyes met, a spark igniting between them as they stood on the precipice of something profound, yet terrifying. "How do we reconcile our identities?" she asked, her voice trembling with the weight of her fears. "Do we cast aside our roots for the sake of progress, or do we embrace the shadows of our past?" "Perhaps it's both," Marcus replied, his brow furrowing as he contemplated their shared struggle. "We are the children of both worlds, molded by the wisdom of the Greeks and the might of Rome. But how do we honor that without losing ourselves in the process?" As they spoke, the shadows stretched and twisted, an ominous reminder that the very culture they revered was also a specter haunting their lives. They could hear the echoes of ancient tragedies, tales of hubris and downfall, rippling through the fabric of their conversation. "I remember the stories," Lucia said, her voice breaking, raw and unfiltered. "The tales of heroes and monsters, of love and loss that echoed through the ages. They remind me of the fragility of life, the fleeting nature of glory." The tension mounted, a tightrope strung between their conflicting desires, as the weight of the past pressed upon them like a looming storm. A confrontation was brewing, the kind that could fracture their hearts or bind them together in a deeper understanding of their shared humanity. Would they retreat to the safety of their roles or step into the abyss of uncertainty? Would they dare to challenge the ghosts of their forebears? Around them, the city pulsed with life, an ancient heartbeat that resonated through the very stones beneath their feet. Marcus took a step closer, the heat of his presence igniting the air between them. "We stand at a crossroads, Lucia," he breathed, urgency lacing his words. "We can either be defined by our ancestors or forge our own path. But to do that, we must confront the shadows that threaten to consume us." In that moment, the world collapsed into a singularity of emotion, a fusion of fear, hope, and an insatiable yearning for truth. They were bound together by the threads of history, culture, and a deep-seated desire to understand their place in a mosaic that was both beautiful and cruel. The echoes of Greek tragedy loomed large, a reminder that even in the most glorious of pursuits, there lay the seeds of destruction. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they stood, two souls entwined in a struggle for understanding, a dance of ancient and modern, of thought and feeling, woven together by the very essence of what it meant to be human. As the night deepened, the city around them transformed into a living, breathing entity, a pulsing reminder of the stories that never truly ended, but simply flowed seamlessly into something new, something yet to be born. Each heartbeat echoed in the air, reverberating with every unspoken thought, every secret fear, every flickering hope. The shadows stretched longer, pulling the past into the present, and with it, the promise of what lay ahead, an uncertain tapestry waiting to be woven anew. The sun hung low over the city, casting long, sinister shadows that clung to the cobblestone streets like secrets too heavy to bear. I stood there, breathless, the air thick with anticipation, as if the very essence of Rome was holding its breath. Somewhere, deep within, a storm brewed, confusion and clarity battling for dominance. Marcus a once loyal senator, his brow furrowed like the chaotic thoughts racing through his mind, gripped the scroll in his hand. This was no ordinary document. It contained the whispers of Aristotle Plato the ghosts of Greek philosophers who had danced through his dreams, now demanding his loyalty or his life. I remember the weight of that morning, Marcus murmured, voice trembling, as if confessing a crime. I remember the moments when philosophy felt like a dagger, poised to slice through the illusion of our power. His eyes shone with a feverish intensity, reflecting the golden light of the setting sun. The shadows of the marketplace flickered, and with them, memories of heated debates, passionate arguments, and the intoxicating allure of knowledge surged forward. He had once believed he was invincible, that the wisdom of the ancients would elevate him above the fray. But now, the echoes of their teachings thundered in his ears, turning his heart into a battlefield. Nearby, Livia a philosopher in her own right, stood like a lighthouse amidst the storm. She grasped her own scroll, her fingers trembling. Was it rage or fear? Her thoughts swirled with fragments of Socratic dialogues, the sharpness of reason cutting through the haze of her despair. The conflict was palpable. She loved Marcus, yet his newfound obsession with Greek thought had become a chasm between them. Marcus, can't you see? They built their empires on ideals, while we stand on the crumbling ruins of ours. Her voice wavered, the last remnants of her composure slipping through her fingers like sand. I remember the first time I felt the power of their words, he replied, his voice low, almost a whisper. It was as if the cosmos had aligned, and I was finally awake. The weight of his revelation hung in the air, an unseen anchor pulling them down into the depths of their shared history. A truth lingered between them, sharp and unyielding. Greek philosophy promised enlightenment, but at what cost? As dusk descended, the market emptied, leaving behind a ghostly silence, disturbed only by the distant clatter of wooden carts. The air thickened with unspoken words, the promise of confrontation crackling like static electricity. Marcus stepped closer, the intensity in his gaze morphing into desperation. Livia, can't you understand? The Greeks teach us to question everything, to rise above the chaos. Why can't you join me? Because I fear what you might become. Her voice erupted, fierce and raw, slicing through the tension. I see the shadows creeping into your soul, Marcus. I see you losing yourself to the allure of their ideals. The words hung heavy between them, a chasm filled with unspoken fears. I remember the night spent debating those very shadows, he said, voice thick with conviction. They felt alive, pulsating with the very essence of existence. But now? Now they feel like chains. He paused, the truth striking him painfully. He was both prisoner and liberator, entrapped by the ideas that had once set him free. And then, like a sudden thunderclap, the confrontation unfolded. A clash of ideals, philosophies, and hearts. Livia turned, anguish etched on her features, the wind catching her hair, whipping it like a banner of defiance. You don't see, Marcus. The Greeks played with fire, and we are the ones who'll burn. You cling to their words like a lifeline, but they drown us in abstractions. A flicker of doubt crossed Marcus's face. Could it be that the very thoughts that had ignited his spirit now threatened to consume him? In that moment, the clock tower chimed, a somber reminder of time's relentless march, echoing through the empty streets like a warning cry. He felt the seconds slip away, each tick a reminder of the choices that lay ahead, choices that could either bind them together or tear them apart. I remember the darkness that loomed over our city when we first debated the meaning of virtue, he murmured. The shadows were alive then, just as they are now. He reached for her hand, their fingers almost touching, the electricity of unspoken love crackling in the air. But every ideal has its price, doesn't it? What if the price is our very souls? Livia's eyes softened, the walls she had built around her heart wavering. And what if the price is our humanity? The weight of their philosophical jewel hung heavy, like a shroud cloaking them in uncertainty. Just then, the moment shattered. A distant scream cut through the stillness, a cry of despair that echoed through the alleyways, pulling them both back from the brink of their emotional abyss. Outside, the city was on the brink of chaos, an uprising. The thoughts of the ancients had taken root in the minds of the masses, and the very foundations of their world trembled. As the echoes of the past and the tumult of the present merged into a cacophony of confusion, Marcus turned back to Livia. We must choose, Livia. Will we stand with the ideals that threaten to consume us, or will we fight against the tide? I felt that moment, the weight of their choices pressing down like the night sky, infinite and unforgiving. The world around them blurred, the shadows deepening into a darkness that felt alive. Would they emerge unscathed, or would the relentless tide of Greek philosophy drown them in its depths? In that haunted silence, the only certainty was uncertainty, the promise that their paths, like the winding streets of Rome, would spiral endlessly, intertwining, forever caught in the grip of a philosophy that was both salvation and destruction. And beneath it all, the heart of the city beat on, a reminder that every choice held the power to shift the very fabric of existence, echoing through time, long after the echoes of their words faded into the night. The sun hung low, bleeding fire across the horizon, as if the heavens themselves were bracing for something monumental. The city of Rome thrummed with life, but in this moment, all I felt was the gnawing dread, an unease that coiled tighter with every heartbeat. Shadows danced across the crumbling marble, flickering like ghosts of a forgotten past, whispering memories of conquest, glory, and the cold touch of inevitability. I remember staring at a sculpture, a figure of a woman, draped in the delicate folds of a tunic that clung to her like the weight of expectation. Was it beauty, or was it despair that captured her likeness? The lines of her face seemed to bleed emotion, sorrow etched into her very being. I could almost hear Claudia's breath quickening beside me, her eyes flashing with a mixture of admiration and fear. Claudia, a daughter of the Senate, lived in the shadow of her father's ambitions, a suffocating weight that pressed down upon us both. "Isn't she magnificent?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. I wanted to scream, I wanted to tell her that magnificence was a double-edged sword, a mask that hid the rot beneath. "Look closer," I urged, "she's not just a woman. She's trapped in the very beauty they worship." Behind us, the laughter of the crowd rang hollow, echoing through the ruins like a dirge. I could see Marcus, her brother, lounging carelessly on a stone bench, oblivious to the weight of the world. He was the golden boy, a flower blooming in the cracks of this ancient city, yet so blind to the thorns that surrounded him. His charm was intoxicating, yet I had seen the darkness lurking behind his careless smile. The way his gaze flitted from girl to girl, never resting, never settling, how could he not feel the despair that hung like a thick fog? "Claudia, don't let him lure you in," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, each word a dagger of warning. But she was entranced, lost in the allure of her brother's world, a world that celebrated beauty and strength but cast aside the fragile. "It's just art," she replied, but I could hear the tremor in her voice, the longing for something more than the gilded cage they'd fashioned for her. I remember the whispers that echoed in the dark corners of the city, tales of Hellenistic artisans, those mad geniuses who captured the very essence of human emotion. Their work was intoxicating yet haunting, it stretched the boundaries between life and art until they blurred, and I could taste the madness on the tip of my tongue. The sculptures seemed to pulse with life, drawing me in like moths to a flame, their very existence a reminder of the exquisite agony that came with desires unfulfilled. Marcus chuckled, the sound rich and carefree, but I could see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "What's wrong with you two? Can't you appreciate beauty?" His words were laced with a challenge, as if the mere act of questioning the value of art was a betrayal of some sacred bond. "Beauty is not just skin deep," I shot back, my voice rising above the din. "It's the sorrow behind the smile, the broken dreams hidden beneath the surface." Claudia's gaze darted between us, tension tightening her features. I could feel the storm brewing, the clash of ideals that was about to erupt. Marcus, with his golden hair and careless laughter, stood at the precipice, unaware that the very ideals he clung to were destined to crumble like the ruins around us. I watched as their expression shifted. Claudia's eyes sparkled with rebellion, while Marcus clenched his jaw, the facade of confidence slipping. "You're just jealous, aren't you?" he spat, the words sharp as shards of broken glass. "You think you're so much wiser, so much deeper. But in the end, what do you have?" The air thickened with tension, an electric pulse that hummed like a living creature. "I have the truth," I replied, my heart racing. "And the truth is that Hellenistic art is a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and desires. It's not mere beauty, it's a testament to our fragility." A flicker of understanding crossed Claudia's face, but before she could respond, the world around us seemed to shatter. The laughter faded, replaced by a choking silence that wrapped itself around us like a shroud. I felt it then, a presence, a ghost of the past lingering in the shadows, watching, waiting. Marcus's bravado faltered, his facade cracking under the weight of the unspoken. "What do you want?" he whispered, the defiance gone, replaced by a raw vulnerability. My heart ached for him, for the boy who sought beauty to escape the void inside, the very void that Hellenistic art so keenly exposed. "I want you to see," I murmured, desperate for him to grasp the depth of the world beyond his gilded cage. And in that moment, everything hung suspended, a delicate balance of fear and hope, beauty and despair. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestones, a reminder of the inexorable passage of time. Every heartbeat echoed, reverberating through the fragile air, a reminder that the truth would not remain hidden forever. In the distance, a clock tower chimed, a haunting reminder of the hours slipping away, each toll marking the weight of choices unmade. Claudia's hand brushed against mine, a silent plea for connection amidst the chaos. I could see the flicker of flame in her eyes, the spark of rebellion igniting as she refused to remain a prisoner of the ideals that sought to bind her. "Let us not be forgotten," she whispered, the words shaking between us like a fragile thread. A promise, a prayer, a spark of hope. And as I held her gaze, I felt the world around us pulse with possibility, the shadows retreating just long enough for us to glimpse the light. But the battle was far from over, the ghosts of history loomed large, and the weight of beauty would continue to haunt us, a spectre that whispered of both triumph and tragedy. I remember it all too well, the moment when art transformed into a battlefield, each stroke of the chisel a declaration of war against the shadows that threatened to engulf us. And somewhere amidst the ruins of our hearts, a new story was waiting to begin, intertwining art and life, beauty and despair, in a dance as ancient as time itself. A shadow stretched across the crumbling stones of a once great agora, the sun dipping low on the horizon like a fading dream. I could taste the dust in the air, thick with the weight of history, of battles fought and lost, of ambition and despair. A whisper of wind carried a chilling reminder, the Romans were coming. The streets crackled with tension, a living pulse that throbbed through the hearts of those who called this place home. I could see them, Marcus, a young soldier with eyes like storm clouds, trembling with the fear of the unknown, and Eleni, fierce and unyielding, her spirit a wildfire that refused to be extinguished, even as the shadows of conquest loomed. Why do they not listen? Marcus's voice broke through the stillness, raw with desperation. A soldier yet also a child, caught between duty and the love for his country, for her, the girl who stood defiantly at his side, armed with nothing but her conviction and the memories of her ancestors, who once ruled these lands with pride. Eleni's eyes burned with a fire that threatened to scorch away the doubt. Because they see us as nothing but a province to be swallowed, a footnote in their great empire, she spat, her voice trembling with indignation. She could taste their disdain, feel it coiling around her throat like a noose. But we are not mere shadows. We are flesh and blood, history carved into our bones. We will not be erased. The city pulsed with the echoes of her words, a rhythmic heartbeat that resonated through the alleyways, between the columns of marble that once sang songs of glory. I stood there, feeling the weight of the moment, the air thick with anticipation. This was no longer just a clash of empires, it was a battle of souls, of identity. I remember, Marcus whispered, the shadows of his childhood flickering in his mind like the dying embers of a fire. I remember the laughter around the fire, the stories of heroes and gods. They were simpler times, before the Romans turned our dreams into nightmares. His gaze drifted towards the horizon, where the sun hung low, a crimson wound against the blue sky, a promise of blood to come. Eleni stepped closer, her fingers gently brushing against his arm, a tether in this storm of uncertainty. We are the last remnants of this land spirit, Marcus. They cannot take that from us. Not without a fight. The intensity of her voice wrapped around him, binding them together in a moment suspended in time. As the Roman banners fluttered in the distance, a sea of insignia that promised order but hid chaos, the ground trembled beneath their feet, echoing the quakes of change. The once bright future lay choked beneath the weight of history, a dark shroud of conquest looming. Every heartbeat was a roll of thunder, every breath a desperate gasp for freedom. "I don't want to die in this fight," Marcus confessed, his voice quaking like the leaves in the wind. "But I can't stand by while they erase us." "Then let us be remembered," Eleni replied, her voice a fierce whisper. "Let them write our names in the annals of history, not as conquered but as warriors." The sun slipped below the horizon, plunging the city into twilight. Shadows danced across the cobblestones, secrets whispered between ancient walls. The air grew heavy, thick with tension. I felt it in my bones, a premonition that this night would break them or forge them anew. And then, like a drawn bowstring, chaos erupted. The clamor of Roman boots echoed through the streets, a phalanx of steel and ambition charging forth, ice cold and heart steeled against the cries of the world they sought to tame. Heart pounding, I watched Eleni and Marcus grip each other's hands tightly, their resolve palpable, a force of nature that could not be contained. As they sprinted toward the front lines, I felt the world around me collapse into a singular moment of clarity, a fusion of fear and fervor, of longing and loss, twisting together like the threads of a fraying tapestry. The clash of metal rang out like thunder, a cacophony of agony and defiance. The city was alive, a creature writhing in the throes of war, and I could feel its pulse quickening. There was beauty in the chaos, a twisted dance of fate playing out in vivid strokes of red and gold. I remember, Marcus shouted over the din, his voice a battle cry, the stories of our ancestors. They fought for this land, for us. Eleni surged forward, fierce and unyielding, a flame amid the darkness. "Then let us fight to keep their stories alive," she roared, charging into the fray. And as the clash of swords rang out, I felt my own heart quicken, caught in the swell of raw emotion that surged through the battlefield. Each strike was a testament to resilience, each scream a symphony of courage echoing through the ages. But amidst the chaos, uncertainty crept in, a whisper of doubt that gnawed at the edges of hope. Would their fight be in vain? Would they be remembered as mere ghosts, lost in the annals of history? And yet, they refused to yield. They fought not just for survival but for the essence of who they were, flesh and spirit intertwined, a living testament to the legacy of a land that had once thrived. As the night deepened, shadows danced around them, an eerie reminder of what lay ahead. I felt the weight of their choices, the unbearable gravity of their emotions, a blend of despair and determination, love and loss. Each heartbeat echoed the promise of tomorrow, a fragile thread woven through the fabric of history. The Romans were relentless, a tide that surged and pulled back, but within the storm of swords and shields, I felt something shift. The very air crackled with possibility, with the promise that they would not be forgotten. I stood there, amidst the clash of empires, the pulse of history reverberating through my being. The curtain of night fell heavy, but within it lay the sparks of rebellion, the raging fire of those who would dare to dream amidst the chaos of conquest. And somewhere, amidst the cacophony of battle, a new story began to unfold, a symphony of resilience and defiance, echoing through the corridors of time. Their fight was far from over. It had only just begun. A sudden silence hangs in the air, heavy and palpable, punctuated only by the distant sound of a clock chiming, each echo a reminder of time slipping away, each tick a heartbeat closer to oblivion. I stand in the dim light of the dusty old library, where shadows cling to the walls like secrets waiting to be told. Dust motes dance in the narrow beam of sunlight, and I feel the weight of the centuries pressing down on me, a tomb of whispers and forgotten tongues. Latin and Greek, languages that once soared through the halls of power, now reduced to mere echoes, specters of a civilization consumed by its own grandeur. I remember the first time I felt the pulse of ancient words in my veins. The thrill of conjugating amos and ducosa danced on my tongue, a bittersweet symphony of longing and loss. It was intoxicating, this connection to the past, yet terrifying. I glanced at Celia, her eyes alight with the fire of ambition but tinged with doubt. She was a scholar, brilliant yet fragile, and somewhere within her lay the shattered remains of a dream of mastering the very essence of these languages, to grasp their power and wield it. But the weight of expectation crushed her. She was a bridge between worlds, and the chasm beneath her feet felt perilous. "Do you think they can hear us?" "The ghosts," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread woven through the silence. Her fingers traced the spine of an ancient tome, its leather cracked and worn, as if it too had lived long enough to understand the ache of history. "It doesn't matter if they hear us," I replied, my heart pounding with a mix of exhilaration and fear. "What matters is whether we dare to speak." I could feel the heaviness of my own inadequacies, a mirror of hers. My passion for these languages felt like a cruel joke, rich with promise yet forever just out of reach. The door creaked open, and in walked Theo. The room shifted, a palpable tension rising like steam. He was the embodiment of charisma, radiating confidence that belied his own insecurities. He wore a smirk that could charm the very stones of Rome, yet I saw the shadows lurking in his eyes. Language was his playground, but it was also his battleground, each word a weapon that could betray him. "Still chasing ghosts, I see," he said, his tone playful, but the challenge lingered beneath. "You know the only ghosts here are the ones we create." "Maybe it's time to let them out," I shot back, my pulse racing. The air crackled with unspoken resentment and longing, a complex tapestry woven with threads of rivalry and desire. We stood there, three souls suspended in this fragile moment, caught between the echoes of the past and the relentless march of time. I could almost hear the ancestors whispering, urging us to reclaim what was lost, to find our voices amid the cacophony of modernity. But the fear loomed large. What if we failed? What if their languages, once vibrant and alive, withered under our touch, crumbling into dust like the ruins outside? Celia broke the silence like glass. "We can't lose this. We can't let Latin and Greek fade away." Her voice trembled as she spoke, a spark of desperation igniting within her. "What if they hold the key to understanding ourselves, our history?" Theo scoffed, the mirth draining from his features. "You think they'll save us? We're just a footnote in their stories, a mere blip in the timeline. They're relics, Celia. Beautiful relics, but relics nonetheless." The words hung in the air, sharp and jagged. I felt the anger rising, a flame igniting in the pit of my stomach. And what of our own stories? Are we to let them die as well? Are we just shadows of what once was? Celia's gaze flickered between us, a storm brewing in her eyes. "We have to fight for them. For us." What was it about language that thrummed with life, an electric current that connected us to each other and to the cosmos? I could feel the warmth of her conviction wrapping around me like a warm embrace, challenging my own insecurities, but the fear of failure gnawed at my insides. Suddenly, the clock chimed again, and with it came the haunting realization that time was running out. A wave of urgency crashed over me, pushing me forward. "We need to make this real," I asserted, a tremor of determination coursing through my veins. "Let's create something that breathes life into these words." Theo's laughter echoed like shards of glass. "And how do you propose we do that? Write a letter to the past?" "No," Celia's voice cut through the laughter, quiet yet fierce. "We don't write just for the past. We write for the present, for every soul that craves connection. We breathe life into these languages by living them." In that moment, everything shifted. The air thickened with a raw intensity, each heartbeat echoing with the weight of our collective struggles. We were not just scholars, we were vessels, each carrying the burden of our histories, our hopes, our fears. Outside, the city hummed with life, oblivious to our turmoil, a stark contrast to the tumult brewing within these walls. I glanced out the window, captivated by the silhouettes of ancient buildings, their stones whispering secrets that transcended time. I remembered my own childhood, the stories told in the soft glow of candlelight, how they shaped my understanding of the world. What if we gather those stories? The myths, the tales, the fragments of what it means to be human. What if we weave them into a tapestry that resonates today? Celia nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yes. Every language is a heartbeat. Every word is a heartbeat. We can make them sing again. Theo remained silent, his expression a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. The air was electric, charged with the promise of something monumental, something that could transcend the confines of our insecurities. And in that charged silence, beneath the weight of centuries, we understood what we must do. We would not let Latin and Greek wither into obscurity. We would breathe life into them, pulling them from the shadows and into the light. As the clock struck again, reverberating through the library, I felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. And with that, we began to gather the fragments of our souls. Each word, each story, like a thread woven into an intricate design, a new beginning born of the past, echoing into a future yet unwritten. Time was relentless, but so were we. In this quiet library, surrounded by ghosts of the past, we found our voices, and in doing so, we ignited a fire that would not be easily extinguished. The confrontation with our fears was just beginning, but the journey of cultural assimilation had started, and there was no turning back. Thunder cracked, a low growl in the distance, but the air was thick with a silence so profound it felt as if the world held its breath. In the shadow of the Acropolis, the ground trembled, not from the earth, but from the weight of history, from the impending doom that hung in the air like the bitter scent of burnt offerings. My heart raced, caught in a web of fear and anticipation, as the chatter of citizens morphed into a desperate murmur. Heads turned, eyes widened. I remember the moment vividly. The sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows that danced like specters on the stone, an eerie prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. There stood Lysander, a man of contradictions. His once proud stature now bent under the weight of uncertainty. A soldier forged in the fires of countless battles, but now he felt like a ghost in his own skin. As he gripped the hilt of his sword, a futile attempt to find solace, I could see the tremor in his fingers, a harbinger of his inner turmoil. He had fought for freedom, for the glory of Hellas, but now he was trapped in a nightmare where the Romans were tightening their steel grip, suffocating the breath of his homeland. "Why can't they understand?" he whispered, the desperation clawing at his throat, raw and unfiltered. "This is our land, our legacy." I wanted to reach out, to tell him it was more than land, it was blood, sweat, tears, a tapestry woven through generations. But the words stuck in my throat, heavy stones of helplessness. Then there was Callista, her spirit wild like the tempest brewing above. A daughter of Athens, fierce and unyielding, she was the flame illuminating the encroaching darkness. Yet even her fire flickered against the cold reality that the Romans were not mere conquerors, they were architects of a new order. Each law they imposed twisted the very fabric of her existence, reshaping her world into something unrecognizable. She stood at the precipice of despair, a part of her longing for the chaos of rebellion, yet another part terrified of the cost it would demand. "Freedom is an illusion," she spat, her voice laced with venom, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "They'll shackle our minds before our bodies." I wanted to argue, to remind her of the power of resistance, the strength in unity, but her pain was palpable, curling around us like smoke. It was a reminder of the futility that gnawed at my own heart, a prisoner of time and circumstance, shackled to the weight of inevitability. The sound of marching feet approached, a relentless tide surging forward. Roman soldiers, their armor gleaming like the teeth of a predator, advanced with an unswerving purpose. Each step resonated deep within me, a foreboding drumbeat of an inevitable conquest. My breath quickened, caught in a vice of terror and dread. I remember the sensation of time slipping through my fingers, memories blurring into a haze of uncertainty, the past and future merging precariously, like sand cascading through an hourglass. "They come to erase us," Lysander roared, the anguish in his voice igniting a flicker of defiance in my own heart. "We cannot let them." His eyes burned with passion, fierce and unyielding, and for a moment, time stilled. It was as if the universe paused, allowing the enormity of our choices to crash upon us. Would we fight? Would we surrender? Or was it already too late? But Callista stepped forward, her body trembling yet resolute. "We will fight," she declared, her voice a hymn of rebellion. "But not just for ourselves. For those who came before and those who will come after us. This is not just about land, it's about our very souls." In her words, I felt the echo of history reverberate, a reminder that even in the face of annihilation, the spirit of a people could not be extinguished easily. The soldiers' shadows loomed larger, and I could taste the bitterness of iron on my tongue, the metallic scent of conflict curling around us. The ground beneath us, once hallowed by the footsteps of philosophers and poets, now trembled under the weight of darkness, of laws that would suffocate our essence, drowning out the echoes of our forebears. In that moment, I understood the depth of our plight, the labyrinth of our existence. Each heartbeat was a reminder of mortality, a clock ticking down to an uncertain fate. Lysander's hand tightened around the sword, his resolve solidifying as he stepped forward, ready to embrace destiny. Callista's eyes shone with fierce determination, a warrior caught in the throes of conviction. I felt my own heart swell with a chaotic mix of hope and fear. And then there was the silence that followed, the silence before the storm, an aching lull where dreams collided with reality. With every beat of my heart, I could hear the whispers of those who came before, the ghosts of our ancestors urging us to stand tall, to fight against the encroaching night. The battle was not just for land, it was for our very identities, our stories woven into the fabric of existence. The Romans may have brought their laws, their rigid structures, but they could never claim the essence of who we were. We were the poets, the dreamers, the warriors. We were the legacy of Athens, and no law could erase that. As the first clash echoed through the valley, a resounding cry of defiance, I stood on the precipice, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, fear, anger, resolve. The darkness loomed, but within it flickered a light, a chance to rise from the ashes, to hold our ground against the tides of fate. I remember that moment, the electric charge in the air, the taste of freedom mixed with the dread of loss. We were but mortals in a grand cosmic ballet, yet every heartbeat resonated with the weight of our choices. And as the shadows closed in, I knew this was just the beginning. A storm was brewing, a reckoning that would envelop us all. The air was thick with smoke and desperation, a suffocating blanket that clung to the throat like a cry swallowed too late. The siege of Rhodes had begun, the horizon stained with the blood-orange hues of a sun that dared to rise over a city in agony. The clang of swords echoed through the narrow streets, a cacophony of fear and fury, with each strike a prayer for survival. I felt the tremor in my bones, a visceral rhythm that matched the drumbeat of my heart, a warning, a promise, a curse. From the battlements, I watched the soldiers gather like a swarm of angry hornets, their faces masked in resolve, yet betraying the flicker of doubt in their eyes. They were men made of flesh, forged in the fires of hope and despair. Each one was a fragment of a story, a life caught in the crosshairs of history. There was Marcus, a man whose laughter could shatter the silence of a graveyard, now reduced to a shadow, haunted by the weight of choices made and lives lost. His brother, Lucius, had fallen days before, leaving Marcus to battle not just the enemy, but the demons in his own mind, an invisible adversary that gnawed at his soul. Today, we fight for our homes, for our families. Marcus shouted to the throng of men, his voice rising above the chaos. But I saw the flicker, the doubt behind his bravado, and it sent a chill curling through me. The hearts of these men were not made of stone, they were fragile, each one a glass figurine teetering on the edge of a precipice. Then there was Althea, a woman forged of iron and fire. She had taken on the mantle of leadership in a world that sought to bury her voice. The way her hands clenched the hilt of her dagger spoke volumes. Each tremor was a testament to her determination, a mantra whispered in the dark corners of her mind. "What would you give to save them?" she had asked me, her eyes fierce with defiance. I had no answer, only the cold sweat of uncertainty. As the sun began its descent, the shadows stretched, elongated like memories reaching back into the past. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, their lives echoing through the stones of Rhodes, a chorus of victories, defeats, and the silent screams of those forgotten. Time is a cruel jester, playing tricks on our hearts, reminding us of the fragility of existence. You think this will end with glory? I could hear their voices, taunting, mocking, as the walls around us trembled. In the distance, a horn blared, a mournful sound that sliced through the air like a knife. The enemy was at the gates, the weight of their presence pressing down like fog, thick and suffocating. I felt the collective breath of the defenders hitch, a shared moment of despair that linked us all, binding our fates together in a tapestry of fear. The enemy was not just flesh and blood, they were an embodiment of our darkest fears. I remember the night before, when the streets had been silent, save for the distant murmur of the sea. Althea had stood at the edge, gazing into the abyss, her reflection staring back, a ghost of the woman she had once been. What is courage, she had mused, her voice barely above a whisper. Is it the absence of fear, or the resolve to act despite it? I had no answer, only the gnawing thought that perhaps we were all fools, dancing on the edge of a blade. The first clash erupted like thunder, a violent symphony of metal and flesh. I was thrown into the maelstrom, my heart racing, the scent of iron and sweat filling my nostrils. It was chaos incarnate, the kind of horror that sinks its teeth into your very essence and doesn't let go. I felt the heat of breath against my skin, the echo of shouts that morphed into a primal scream. "Stand firm!" Marcus bellowed, though I could see the tremor in his hands, the fear etched across his brow. In that moment, everything crystallized. I was not just a spectator, I was part of this nightmare, this dance of death. I could feel the pulse of history, the weight of countless lives carried on our shoulders. My thoughts spiraled through chaos. Was this the end? Would we fall into the abyss, forgotten echoes in the annals of time? And then there was the flash, bright like a star flickering against the night sky. A figure silhouetted against the chaos, a betrayal born of desperation. A hand reached out, and in that heartbeat, trust shattered like glass. The dagger found its mark, piercing the air with a shrill cry of betrayal that reverberated through the night. Althea's scream pierced through the cacophony, a sound that would forever haunt me. No. Time slowed, a cruel trick played by fate. I saw Marcus lunge forward, the world narrowing to the point of impact. His brother's death had forged a weapon from his grief, but now it was as if he were fighting against himself, battling the shadows in his heart. I wanted to scream, to reach out and pull him back from the brink, but the tide of battle surged around us, relentless and unforgiving. Every strike felt like a heartbeat, a pulse that thrummed in the air, the weight of existence hanging by a thread. I remember the faces, the terror, the anger, the desperation etched into their features. Each was a page in this tragic tome, a story written in blood and sacrifice. And suddenly, in the midst of this madness, I understood. This was not just a battle for land, but for something far greater, a fight against the inevitable, against the shadows that sought to consume us. We were not merely fighting for our lives, we were fighting for our souls. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into shadows, I became acutely aware of the ghosts of those who had fallen, their whispers threading through the chaos, urging us forward. The clash of swords faded into the background, replaced by the thunder of our hearts, a steady rhythm guiding us through the chaos. The night was alive, electric with the pulse of destiny. With every breath, every heartbeat, we stepped deeper into the abyss. The siege was not merely a battle, it was a reckoning at a moment that would echo through eternity, binding us to one another in a tapestry woven from courage and fear, love and loss. And as the darkness descended, the question lingered, heavy and suffocating: would we rise or would we fall? Only time held the answer, a clock ticking away in the shadows. The air crackled with impending doom, thick and unyielding as the storm clouds rolled over the horizon, casting shadows that danced like specters on the blood-soaked ground. I stood at the periphery, watching a band of Greek mercenaries, their faces a tapestry of fear and determination, preparing to march into chaos. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears, a primal rhythm that harmonized with the distant clash of steel. In this moment, I could almost taste the salt of their sweat mingling with the iron tang of fear, and I felt the weight of their choices hanging like a noose against their throats. I remember Theodulos, a man whose laughter once rang like a triumphant bell, now silenced by the specter of his past. His eyes, once bright with mischief, were now hollow, haunted by the ghosts of comrades lost to the hunger of war. He clutched his spear, knuckles white, and I could see the tremors in his hands. This was not just a battle, it was a reckoning, a chance to reclaim his honor, to vanquish the shadows that clung to him like a lover turned merciless. He had once been a poet, weaving verses under the moonlight, but now his verses were written in blood, and I could feel the weight of his despair suffocating the air around us. Then there was Lysandra, fierce and unyielding, the embodiment of warrior spirit. Her braided hair glimmered like strands of gold under the dim light, but the fire in her heart was dimmed by doubt. She was not just a mercenary, she was fighting for her family, left behind in a world that had forgotten them. Her gaze sliced through the gathering storm, but behind her resolute facade lay a tempest of conflicting emotions: fear of failure, the ache of longing, and the frantic pulse of survival. I could see her jaw clench, the determination rising in her like a tidal wave, yet all I could think was how fragile hope could be in the throes of war. As the horn blared, a sound that reverberated through my very bones, I remember the tension gripping the air like a vice. The Greeks were a cohort of broken dreams and unfulfilled promises, their laughter stained by the harsh reality of mercenary life. They had fought for gold, for glory, for a fleeting sense of purpose, yet here they stood, facing a relentless tide of Roman legions, the very embodiment of empire and ambition. The Romans were not merely opponents, they were an idea, a crushing weight that loomed over the battlefield, an inexorable force that could turn dreams to dust. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they advanced, a living entity writhing in anticipation. I could sense the dread pooling in their chests, an unwelcome companion that whispered dark prophecies, urging them to turn back. Yet they pressed on, drawn into the maw of uncertainty, bound by the invisible chains of loyalty and desperation. I could see Theodulo's glance at Lysandra, a fleeting connection amidst the chaos, what could be a simple partnership forged in the crucible of steel, now a fragile thread of hope. I remember the first clash of swords, that visceral sound of metal meeting flesh, a cacophony that shattered the silence of the impending storm. The world erupted in chaos, a symphony of war that drowned out the cries of the dying. The Greeks, fueled by a mix of fear and fury, surged forward, but I could see the hesitation in their eyes, the fear that clawed at their throats like a vengeful ghost. The Romans, disciplined and relentless, moved like a well-oiled machine, their formation a testament to centuries of conquest. Lysandra found herself face to face with a Roman centurion, the glint of his armor a stark reminder of her mortality. In that heartbeat, I saw her life flash before her eyes, her family, her dreams, and the weight of her choices converging like a storm. She lunged, her spear piercing through the chaos, and for a moment, she was invincible, a goddess born from the ashes of despair. But the price of glory was steep, and blood spilled like ink on parchment, writing tales of valor and tragedy. Theodulos was not far behind, his laugh echoing hollowly in the cacophony. I could see him hesitate as he struck down a foe, the look of horror crossing his face as he realized the gravity of his actions. He was not just a soldier, he was a man grappling with the ghosts of his past, and in that instant, those ghosts surged forth, wrapping their icy fingers around his heart. He faltered, the weight of his spear becoming unbearable. "What have I become?" he seemed to whisper to the wind as he fought against the tide of despair threatening to drown him. But the battle raged on, an unstoppable force that devoured men whole, leaving nothing but echoes in its wake. The air was thick with the scent of blood and sweat, a miasma of fear that clung to the skin, choking the last remnants of hope. The screams of the fallen mingled with the thunderclaps of the heavens, a malevolent orchestra that played the dirge of dreams unfulfilled. In that moment of chaos, I could see the threads binding Lysandra and Theodulos begin to fray. They were separated, swept apart by the tide of battle, each fighting their own personal demons amid the external chaos. I felt their anguish, their desperation, and the longing for connection amidst the despair. Their fates intertwined yet stretching further apart, as if war itself was a cruel god pulling at the strings of their lives. As the storm broke above us, rain mingled with blood, a torrential downpour that washed over the battlefield, cleansing yet haunting. In the deluge, I could feel the weight of their choices, the burden of mercenary life echoing through the ether. The clash of swords was no longer just a sound, it was a heartbeat, a pulse of existence, raw and unyielding. The battlefield was a stage, and they were but players caught in the throes of a tragic narrative, where the line between hero and monster blurred into an indistinct haze. With every strike, every breath, I felt their struggles resonate, a symphony of pain and courage that would not fade, echoing long after the last drop of blood had been shed. The sun slipped behind the clouds, and in that moment, darkness reigned. Yet, amidst the shadows, the flicker of hope remained, fragile, flickering, but undeniably there, waiting for the dawn that felt so far away. In the heart of chaos, in the depths of despair, I felt the weight of their choices, a gripping reality that would linger in the air long after the battle was over. The ghosts of the fallen would rise again, whispers of their stories woven into the very fabric of time, echoing through the ages. And as the rain fell, heavy and relentless, I could only wonder about the fates of Theodulos and Lysandra, two souls intertwined in a world that had forgotten mercy amidst the clamor of steel. And with that, the story does not end, it spirals, trailing off into the night, beckoning the whispers of ancient tales and the relentless push of fate. The shadows deepen, and the stage is set for the next act, where the echoes of the past will once again collide with the present, leaving behind only the haze of memory and a yearning for understanding. The wind howled through the narrow streets of Rome, a twisted wail that echoed the chaos spilling from every corner. Shadows danced against the crumbling stone walls, flickering like spirits caught between life and death. In the heart of this tempest, two figures stood on the brink of a precipice, teetering between glory and ruin. I remember the moment as if it were burned into my very soul. The crowd surged, a tide of eager faces, desperate for change, their voices a cacophony of hope mixed with anguish. Marcus, a patrician with aspirations as lofty as the Palatine Hill, stood before them, eyes blazing like an ancient fire. He was adorned in the rich fabric of his lineage, yet beneath the finery, his heart raced with the weight of his ambition. "We are the future," he bellowed, voice trembling with fervor, desperation crackling in the air like a lightning bolt. Each heartbeat drummed the rhythm of revolution. But it was not just Marcus. There was also Claudia, a woman molded by the relentless grind of expectations. Her spirit, though bound by the chains of her family's legacy, flickered with defiance. She stood in the shadow of her father's influence, feeling the suffocating grip of tradition. "You think you can erase centuries of power with a single speech?" She spat, the bitterness curling on her tongue like a serpent ready to strike. She was a fierce storm, and her words stung like rain against the backs of those who dared to ignore her. The air crackled with tension, each breath a struggle, a fight against the inevitable tide that sought to drown them both. The patricians, once the bedrock of Roman society, now found themselves pawns in a game played by forces they could hardly comprehend. The Greeks had carved their legacy into marble, but the Romans were ready to shatter the stone, to reduce everything to dust and rebuild it anew. I remember standing there, enveloped in the chaos, the urgency of the moment pulling me into its depths. The people, once loyal to the age-old aristocracy, were now restless, hungry for a change that tasted like blood. The Greek philosophers, with their cloaks and ponderous thoughts, had slipped into the background, their wisdom fading like the last rays of the sun sinking below the horizon. The patricians now wore the crown of rebellion, their hearts racing with the intoxicating taste of revolution. "Look at them," Claudia whispered, her voice barely a thread above the roar of the crowd. "They've forgotten the lessons of history. They're ready to tear down the very fabric of our society." Her eyes, dark pools filled with fear and hope, darted around, searching for a sign, a glimmer of wisdom in the storm of ignorance. But Marcus was lost, swept away by the momentum of his own ambitions. "This is our chance, Claudia. We can redefine what it means to lead, to govern. We can cast aside the shackles of the past." His fists clenched, the muscles in his jaw taut. Each word was a hammer, striking against the anvil of history, reshaping what it meant to be a Roman patrician. In that moment, the air was thick with the scent of sweat and ambition, a brutal mix that clung to the skin like a second layer. The crowd surged again, their chants echoing through the narrow passages, each shout a declaration that they would no longer be silenced. But beneath their fervor lay a tremor of uncertainty, the knowledge that change could bring destruction, that the ghosts of the past whispered warnings that were all but ignored. The clock tower chimed, its echo reverberating like a death knell, marking the passage of time and the urgency of their plight. It was a reminder that history was not just a series of events but a living, breathing entity that could consume them whole. The hourglass was running low, and they stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of greatness or catastrophe. "What if we fail?" Claudia's voice became a fragile whisper, a crack in her armor. The vulnerability exposed a heart that fluttered, caught between the desire for freedom and the fear of the abyss. "What if we become the very monsters we seek to destroy?" Marcus turned, eyes fierce, ignited by the flames of his ambition. "We can't think like that. The past is a shadow, and we will not let it dictate our future." He reached out, gripping her shoulder, the touch electric and filled with unspoken promises. Together, we can rise above it all. We can build a new Rome, but we must act now. The tension surged, a palpable force pulling them together, binding their fates with an intensity that crackled like thunder. Around them, the crowd roared, a sea of faces twisted in desperation and fervor, the desire for change palpable, overwhelming. Yet, just beneath the surface, an undercurrent of fear rippled, a fear of losing everything to a revolution that could spiral into chaos. I felt it then, the weight of our history pressing down upon us like a collapsing sky. The Greeks had ruled, had carved their legacies into stone and thought them immortal. But now, the Romans were poised to rise from the ashes, to replace the old with the new, to write their names in the annals of time. But at what cost? And who would pay that price? The moment hung in the air, a fragile thread woven of dreams, desperation, and the lurking shadows of doubt. The clock ticked louder, a heartbeat echoing the urgency of their situation. With each tick, the past threatened to re-emerge, to drag them under into the depths of despair, while the future hung just out of reach, tantalizing and elusive. "Let them come," cried Marcus, his voice rising above the tumult, a battle cry that ignited the spark of rebellion in the hearts of many. "We are not afraid. We will forge a new path." His words, raw and unfiltered, resonated through the crowd, building a crescendo of hope that was both exhilarating and terrifying. And I stood there, caught between the turmoil of their ambitions, feeling the electric tension of their lives swirling around me, pulling me deeper into the chaos. In that moment, I understood, this was not merely about power, it was about the very essence of what it meant to be human, the struggle against the darkness, the desire for light, the heart-wrenching journey toward freedom. The night deepened, and the shadows grew thicker, but the fire within them burned brighter. History was about to shift, tectonic plates grinding against one another, and I was drawn into the vortex, helpless yet captivated. The rise of the Roman patricians had begun, a tempest of passion and ambition crashing against the shores of the past, and I was left breathless, waiting for the storm to collide with destiny, to tear apart the very fabric of the world they knew. The air crackled with silence, the kind that suffocates even the most fervent whispers. A shadow slipped through the streets of Athens, where once the vibrant laughter of children mingled with the echoing prayers of elders. Now, the worn stones of the Acropolis held stories of despair, dust, and the rise of an unsettling void. I stood there, heart pounding, caught in the tremors of a world on the brink of collapse, a world where the gods were fading, their colors losing vibrancy, their names whispered like forgotten incantations. Cassandra, my sister, her dark hair a wild mess, trembled beside me. I could see the flicker of desperation in her eyes as she clutched a tattered scroll, its edges frayed like her hope. "They're losing faith, Vosilios," she breathed, her voice a shiver against the backdrop of crumbling temples. "Our people are turning to the Romans. Their gods, they're too new, too shiny, and we are ghosts." Each word carved into the air like an offering to the fading deities, a sacrifice to the silence that followed. It was true. The statues of Zeus and Athena, once proud and towering, now seemed to cower in the shadows cast by Jupiter and Minerva, figures adorned with the bling of conquest. The Romans, with their relentless march, were a disease, spreading their beliefs like wildfire, consuming everything sacred in their path. I felt the weight of it all pressing down on me, a suffocating blanket of dread. "What will happen to us?" I asked, but my voice cracked, betraying the fear I tried to suppress. "Look!" Cassandra pointed, her voice rising with a sudden ferocity. Across the square, a gathering swelled, a sea of faces drawn together by the allure of new gods, their chants a siren call. "They've abandoned us. They've forgotten the old ways." Her anger ignited something in me, a flicker of rebellion against the inevitable tide. I remembered the stories, those tales of gods who once walked among us, who danced in the light of our fires, who whispered secrets to the winds. They were more than mere echoes, they were part of the very fabric of our lives. Yet, here we stood, on the precipice of their erasure. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, a man draped in robes that billowed like storm clouds. His presence commanded attention, a chilling charisma that sent shivers down my spine. "The gods of Rome understand your struggles," he proclaimed, voice smooth as silk but with an edge that cut deeper. "Join us, and you shall be reborn." Embrace the might of the new deities, and prosperity will follow. Those words hung in the air, heavy with promise, yet laced with betrayal. I felt the pull of that seductive darkness, a yearning to belong, to be part of something grander, something that promised safety amid chaos. But what would that mean for us? I looked at Cassandra, her face was a mask of fury and fear, a storm brewing behind her eyes. "They can't just take our faith," she shouted, voice raw with passion. "We must fight. Stand against them." The fire in her words ignited something in the people around us, a spark of defiance that fluttered like a dying flame. But deep within me, a seed of doubt sprouted. What if we were already too late? What if our gods were merely shadows now, fading into the annals of time? Time! What a cruel trickster! I felt it slipping through my fingers like sand, each grain a memory of laughter, of prayers whispered in the dark, a mosaic of what once was. I remember the night spent under the stars, where stories of heroes and gods wove through the constellations, threading our lives together. Now, those stars seemed distant, lost in the void of change. I was gripped by the fear of erasure, a specter that haunted every heartbeat. Then it happened. The crowd surged forward, driven by a primal energy, an insatiable hunger for something, anything. I was swept into the tide, my heart racing, an echo of the tumultuous thought swirling in my mind. I glanced at Cassandra, who was yelling, her voice rising above the chaos, the flames of rebellion in her eyes. "We must remember. We must not forget." But the world around us was shifting, a dance choreographed by forces we could not comprehend. The Romans were relentless. I could see their banners flapping like angry wings, their foreign symbols slashing through the air, cutting ties with our past. I felt an ache in my chest as if the very ground beneath us mourned the loss of our heritage. Each step forward felt like a betrayal, a step away from the soft, warm embrace of what we once believed. The clash of faith reverberated in my soul. I could feel the heartbeat of thousands, the rhythmic pulse of a culture teetering on the edge. The Roman man's voice rang out again, a siren call that pierced through the cacophony. "Join us! Leave behind the old, embrace the eternal!" And there it was, that haunting temptation, the promise of a new dawn, a sunrise smeared with the blood of our forefathers, perhaps, but a dawn nonetheless. Cassandra grabbed my arm, her grip a lifeline. "We can't let this happen. We must remind them of the stories of the gods who loved us, who fought for us." Tears glimmered in her eyes, reflecting the flickering torches that now surrounded us. I wanted to scream, to shake the very foundations of this new order, but inside me, the fear clawed at my resolve. What if the stories no longer held power? What if our gods had tired of our cries? "Cassandra, what if we're alone?" I whispered, the words tasting bitter and cold. The realization struck like a thunderclap, the silence grew, wrapping around us, promising only despair. The ghosts of our beliefs lingered, but they were fading like smoke in the wind. And the tide of history surged on, relentless, as I stood there, knowing that the night would swallow our memories whole. The sun dipped lower, a fiery orb sinking beneath the horizon, dragging with it the last vestiges of our faith. All that was left was a haunting emptiness, a ghost town of divided loyalties and haunting memories, where the old god stood sentinel, waiting in the shadows, waiting for a heart to remember. The amphitheater trembles with a heartbeat of its own, the roars of the crowd vibrating through the very stones. The sun hangs low, a molten eye casting shadows that ripple like secrets across the arena floor. I can almost taste the tension, a metallic tang mingling with the dust of countless feet, all converging at this moment, this singular heartbeat that echoes with destiny. In the stands, the spectre of Rome looms, grand, unforgiving, a deity demanding tribute from the living and the dead alike. And there, amidst the throng, stands Lysander, a Greek philosopher, draped in the remnants of his dignity, the weight of his homeland draped like a shroud over his shoulders. His heart pounds with a fierce rhythm, each thud a reminder of all he has lost, all that aches within him. The laughter of Roman citizens feels like a knife twisting in his gut. They are so far removed from the soul of philosophy, yet they crave his wisdom, the very wisdom that whispers the truth of mortality and the folly of man. What a cruel jest it is, that the very empire that bathes in the blood of the innocent seeks solace in his words. I remember, he whispers to himself, the phrase a mantra against the chaos around him. I remember the nights filled with stars, the conversations that dance like fireflies, illuminating the dark corners of thought. But those nights feel like echoes from a life long extinguished. As the crowd roars for gladiators, for blood, for spectacle, Lysander is haunted by visions of his mentor, Philemon, whose voice once resonated with wisdom. What is strength, Lysander? What is true power? The questions linger like the scent of burnt offerings, heavy and ominous. Across the arena, a flicker of motion. A young gladiator named Marcus, eyes wild with a feral intensity. He stands poised, muscles taut, the embodiment of youthful fury. His past is a tapestry woven with heartbreak, a family torn apart, a destiny cast aside. They bathed once a year, he thinks, bitterness rising from the depths. And yet they thirst for my sweat, my blood. What is this life but a grotesque joke? His fists clench, knuckles white against the backdrop of a world that has long since forgotten the meaning of mercy. Suddenly, the trumpet sounds. The air thickens, anticipation crackling like a thunderstorm about to break. Lysander feels the collective breath of the crowd as one. Hope and despair intertwine, a noose tightening around his heart. What are words when faced with the raw reality of survival? He recalls Philemon's teachings, each syllable now a ghost that tantalizes him with its urgency. In the face of tyranny, the mind is the most potent weapon. But Marcus? Marcus has no time for philosophy. He steps forward, eyes blazing, a raw nerve stretched taut. His hands tremble, not from fear but from the weight of expectation. I will not die today, he vows silently, the words a promise to the shadows of his past. The crowd's hunger swells, a tide threatening to engulf him. Will they remember my name? Will they remember my words? Lysander thinks, his heart racing alongside Marcus's desperation. He longs to shout, to weave a spell of reason that would wash over this sea of bloodthirsty souls. No. You are more than entertainment. You are history, you are philosophy. But his voice is lost in the din, swallowed by the very arena that once held the echoes of greatness. As the gladiators clash, metal against flesh, the air fills with the scent of sweat and despair. The crowd, intoxicated by the violence, roars louder, a cacophony that drowns out the cries of the fallen. Lysander's heart aches, each strike of steel reverberating through his bones. He remembers the quiet evenings in Athens, the way the sun dipped below the horizon, a promise of tomorrow. What would he give for just one more evening of discourse, one more chance to share the beauty of thought instead of the brutality of war? The clang of swords rings sharp, like a bell tolling for all lost dreams. Marcus stumbles, a wound blossoming on his side, the crimson rush a stark reminder of what it means to be alive, and yet, he fights on. He embodies the spirit of struggle, the agony of existence. I will not fade, he thinks, each heartbeat a drum of defiance against fate. I will not allow them to forget. Meanwhile, Lysander feels the air grow thick with dust and despair. He raises his voice, trembling with urgency, desperate to reach the hearts of the spectators. What is the cost of your entertainment? What is the price of your laughter? He is met with indifference, eyes glazed over, minds too clouded by bloodlust to grasp the gravity of his words. It is in this moment that he realizes the true horror of his existence. He is both a witness and a prisoner of this grand spectacle. Each clash of swords is a punctuated silence, each gasp a reminder that humanity is fragile. As Marcus falls to his knees, gasping for breath, the world around him blurs into a kaleidoscope of pain and purpose. I will be remembered, he whispers through gritted teeth, even as life seeps away. The ground becomes a canvas, painted with the colors of his struggle, each drop of blood a testament to his fight against the shadows. And there, in the swell of violence and despair, Lysander feels the spark of inspiration ignite within him. He is not merely a philosopher, he is a voice for the voiceless, a soul crying out against the night. We are more than our fates. We are stories waiting to be told. He shouts, though the words feel like murmurs in a tempest. Yet he knows their truth, even if they fade into the abyss. As the arena falls into a silence punctured only by the sounds of labored breathing, Lysander and Marcus share a fleeting glance, a moment suspended in time, charged with unspoken understanding. They are kindred spirits, trapped in this web of existence, fighting against the inevitable tide of oblivion. In the end, it is not the clash of metal that resonates but the echo of their hearts, beating defiantly against the encroaching darkness. The shadows lengthen, and the blood-soaked sand becomes a grave for forgotten dreams, but hope flickers stubbornly, as fragile and relentless as the dawn. And in that moment, two lives intertwine, futures unwritten, destined to bleed into the pages of history, forever bound by the inescapable truth of the human condition. The bell rang, slicing through the air like a knife. The sound reverberated through the empty halls of Crestwood High, a haunting echo of dreams lost and futures postponed. I stood at the threshold of the empty classroom, my breath caught in a chokehold, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. The walls, painted in faded shades of beige, seemed to close in on me, whispering secrets of a forgotten education system, an echo of a time when words wielded power, and rhetoric could ignite revolutions or quell fears. "Where are you?" The voice cracked, laced with desperation. It belonged to Jamie, my best friend, a whirlwind of emotion wrapped in an eternal smile. But today, that smile felt like a mask slipping into shadows. Jamie had always been the one to rally the troops, to spin tales that made even the mundane feel like magic, but now, the usually vibrant spark was snuffed out. I could see it in Jamie's eyes, the flicker of anxiety, the weight of expectations pressing down like a heavy shroud. "I'm here," I whispered, stepping into the room, my footsteps muted on the old floorboards. Yet, the words felt hollow, as if they were mere echoes of the person I used to be. It was the final debate, an event that could change everything. The judges were seated, their eyes cold, evaluating. The stakes were unfathomable, a scholarship, a chance to escape this suffocating town, to breathe life into our dreams. But with every second that slipped away, the pressure built, a palpable force squeezing my lungs. "Did you prepare?" Jamie asked, voice trembling, eyes darting to the clock. Time was slipping, and with it, our chance. I wanted to scream that I had practiced, that I had memorized every line, every pause. But words failed me. I could only think of the weight of expectation, the relentless pursuit of perfection that haunted me like a ghost. "I remember," I stammered, clutching my notes like a lifeline. "I remember every late night spent rehearsing. I remember the way the words flowed, how they felt powerful, alive. But now? Now, they're just shadows." The silence coiled around us like a serpent, suffocating. Jamie stepped closer, the intensity of their gaze boring into my soul. "You have to fight for it. Rhetoric is more than words, it's your passion, your fire. We're not just here to speak, we're here to ignite." Yet, igniting felt impossible. I could see the judges' dispassionate faces etched in stone, the faintest flicker of impatience in their eyes. What did they know of fire? What did they know of words that could burn or heal? The clash of ancient Greece, where rhetoric birthed democracy, felt like a distant echo. The philosophers, the orators, they had wielded their words like swords, and here I was, a trembling child with a half-formed thought. "I can't," I murmured, the fear clawing at my throat. "What if I fail?" But Jamie's laugh was a burst of sunlight. "What if you fly?" It was a challenge, a provocation, a tether to hope. In that moment, I could see the flicker of my old self, bold, daring, unafraid to take on the world. The despair was still there, a heavy weight in my chest, but hope. Hope was a thin, shimmering thread pulling me out of the abyss. As the clock ticked down, the air thickened with tension. I could see my classmates outside the window, their faces a blur of expectation and fear. They were all counting on this moment, this performance. The stakes weren't just about scholarships, they were about dreams deferred, about futures unraveled in the unforgiving hands of an education system that felt like a labyrinth, twisting and turning, never revealing its heart. I could feel Jamie's presence beside me, a steadying force. "Speak from your heart," they urged, their voice a tender caress against the jagged edges of my doubt. "Let them feel your story. Let them hear your truth." And in that moment, I could almost hear the ghosts of the great orators whispering their advice, the echoes of Plato and Aristotle resonating through time, urging me to be brave. With a final breath, I stepped forward, the lights blinding, the judge's eyes piercing. I could feel the weight of the silence settle around me like a thick fog, but in that silence, I found my power. I opened my mouth, the words spilling out like a torrent, a wildfire reborn. I spoke not just of facts but of dreams and fears, of hopes and heartbreaks. I drew from the well of my soul, igniting the room with a raw intensity that left even the judges momentarily shaken. The words wrapped around me, a protective mantle, and I could feel Jamie's spirit beside me, urging me on. Each phrase was a battle cry, each sentence a declaration of who I was and who I aspired to be. The air crackled with energy, and I could sense the tide shifting, the tide of an age-old struggle between silence and voice, between fear and courage. As I finished, the applause washed over me like a wave, crashing against the shores of my uncertainty. I stood there, breathless, heart racing, the echoes of my own words still resonating in the air. I had done it. I had faced the abyss and danced on its edge, wielding the very tools that had once felt like chains. But Jamie's expression was far from joy. Instead, there was an intensity in their eyes, a flicker of something darker. "You did it," they murmured, but I could sense an undercurrent of worry. But this was just the beginning. They'll expect more now. And in that moment, I realized the truth that loomed over us like a specter: education was a double-edged sword. It could empower, yes, but it could also entrap. The applause faded into a distant echo as I grappled with the weight of that revelation. The education system was an unyielding beast, and I was merely a player in its grand, ruthless game. As we stepped out into the hallway, the world felt different. Shadows danced along the walls, a reminder of the ghosts that lingered in the corners of our minds. Jamie's hand slipped into mine, and as we walked down the hall, I couldn't shake the feeling that our battle had only just begun. The echoes of ancient rhetoric had stirred something powerful within us, but now, as we faced the uncertain future, the real question loomed, a question that hung in the air like storm clouds gathering on the horizon: what would we do with this power? And with every step we took, I felt the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that this was not just a debate but a legacy. The ghosts of the past had awakened, and they were watching. The sun hung low over Corinthos, casting a dying light that dripped like blood onto the cracked stone streets. I could hear the echoes of the marketplace, a cacophony of voices, laughter, and shouts, but it was muffled, like the world was drowning in thick shadows. Spices and sweat lingered in the air, a pungent reminder of what was lost. I blinked hard, trying to shake off the vision of the soldiers marching, their armor glinting like a sick joke. Roman insignia, bright and cruel, soon to coat these ancient stones with a new story, a new oppression. I remember how it felt, the weight of the world on my shoulders, the hot breath of fear curling around my heart. The ground trembled beneath us, a warning, or perhaps a cruel promise. A flicker of movement caught my eye. It was Lysandra, her face a mask of determination and despair. She stood tall, even as she trembled beneath the weight of the changes crashing upon us like waves against the shore. The Romans were coming. They were not just conquerors, but architects of our doom disguised as builders of cities. "Are you ready?" she whispered, and I could hear the tremor in her voice. I wanted to say yes, to assure her that we could still fight, still resist. But the truth gnawed at my insides. How could we oppose a force that wove itself into our very existence? The old gods were fading, their temples crumbling into dust, while the new ones, clad in marble and arrogance, rose where we had once prayed. I remember that day, when the sun burned away the last of our pride. The streets were teeming with people, each face a story, each story a longing for the past. And then there was Marcus, my older brother, who had always been the anchor to my spiraling thoughts. He was a soldier now, a reluctant pawn in their game, drawn into the ranks of those who once stood for us, now standing against us. He would return home at dusk, his eyes shadowed with the weight of his choices. I'd watch him from the doorway, my chest tightening as he crossed the threshold, the air thick with unspoken words. "Do you think they'll let us keep our way of life?" I'd ask him, my heart pounding like a drum, desperate for hope. He would look away, the silence screaming louder than any answer. The truth hung between us, heavy and suffocating. They wanted our cities, our souls, and with them, our very essence. I remember, the clock struck as Marcus stepped back into the night, a ghost slipping from our grasp. The shadows stretched long, and I felt the pulse of the city, thrumming under the weight of change, an electric fear zipping through the streets. We were being turned inside out, our very identity laid bare for the Romans to carve their names into. The laughter of children pierced the air, but it was tinged with something darker. A playful reminder of innocence, yet a lament for what was slipping away. I'd seen them playing at the ruins, their laughter a defiance against the encroaching darkness. I wanted to be like them, free and unburdened, but the reality was a chainsaw at the back of my mind, severing dreams from the daylight. "Marcus!" I called out into the gathering night, my voice breaking against the weight of the world. He didn't respond, lost to the shadows, consumed by duty. The Romans were everywhere, their presence like a smog choking the life out of our vibrant city. I could see the army marching in the distance, a dark cloud of dread hovering over our lives, and that's when it struck me, we are never just fighting for land, we fight for each other, for memories tangled in the roots of our homes, for laughter echoing through the alleys. The night draped its heavy cloak over us, and I stood still, feeling the pulse of the cosmos above, the stars like ghosts watching over us, whispering secrets of 1,000 forgotten lives. I could almost hear their voices, murmuring warnings that fell like ash around me. They bathed once a year, I chuckled darkly to myself, so yeah, romance was earthy. But the absurdity faded, leaving only the chilling reality of what was to come. A scream shattered the uneasy silence. It was a woman, her voice raw and primal, a sound that echoed through the city, slicing through the air like a knife. I raced toward the sound, heart drumming a wild rhythm as I turned a corner. And there they were, the soldiers, their faces masked, cold and impersonal, dragging a man away, a fracas erupting behind them. "Stop!" I shouted, breathless, the weight of my fear pushing against my chest. But they only laughed, a harsh sound that reverberated through the alley, a cruel mockery of the love and laughter that had once filled this space. I fought against the tide of despair, my hands balling into fists. Lysandra appeared beside me, her eyes alight with a fire I had never seen before. "We can't let them do this," she breathed, her voice a fierce whisper, igniting something deep within me. Hope? Rage? I didn't know, but it surged like the tides, a primal instinct to protect what was ours. "Then what do we do?" I asked, the words spilling out in a rush, a desperate plea. "They're too strong, too many." Her gaze met mine, and in that moment, we were suspended in time, the world around us fading to silence. "We fight," she declared, every syllable laced with conviction. And I knew then we were bound together not just by blood, but by dreams of defiance, a burning desire to reclaim what was slipping away. The confrontation loomed over us, inevitable and terrifying, like a storm on the horizon, and as I stood there, the echoes of the past surged through me. The memories were ghosts, whispering tales of resilience and rebellion, drawing me deeper into the shadows. The city, our city, would either break us or forge us anew, and the very air crackled with that truth. Caught in the whirlwind of emotions, fear, hope, a desperate yearning for freedom, I felt the pulse of the stones beneath my feet, alive with memories yet untold, urging us forward into the unknown. The Roman cities of Greece were more than mere structures, they were living, breathing entities, woven of both past and present, pulling us deeper into the very heart of conflict. And with every heartbeat, every breath, I realized something profound: this was just the beginning. The ground trembles beneath the weight of 1,000 marching feet, a thunderous roar that echoes through the valleys of Greece. The air is thick with dust, choking the breath from your lungs, yet the people press on, faces grim, eyes locked on the horizon where the Roman banners flutter like the wings of caged birds desperate for freedom. Shadows dance across the cobblestones of ancient cities, whispering secrets of what once was and what is to come. In this moment, it is not just a battle for land, it's a fight for the very soul of a civilization. I remember the first time I stood before the aqueduct, its arches rising like giants from the earth. The water cascaded down with a relentless flow, pure, cold, a lifeline. I could almost hear its laughter, but beneath that joy lay a bitter truth. The Romans had come, and with them, they brought their steel and stone, their pavement and precision, but at what cost? The beauty of Greece, once unyielding like the mountains, began to buckle under the weight of foreign ambition. And then there was Eleni. Her spirit was as wild as the wind that swept across the hills. She stood there, a silhouette against the sun, arms crossed defiantly. I watched her face twist in anguish as she grappled with the encroaching shadows. "They will strip us bare," she said, her voice trembling like leaves in a storm. "Our language, our gods, it'll all vanish into the dust." She was right, of course. Eleni had always been right, her heart beat for our people, for our stories, yet I saw the fear gnawing at her resolve, a hunger that threatened to consume her. Across the square, Marcus, a soldier in gleaming armor, watched with weary eyes. He must have been a dreamer once, a child chasing the sun over olive groves, but the weight of duty bent his back. He stepped closer to the fray, torn between loyalty and love. "Eleni," he called, but the words hung in the air like smoke, too fragile for the storm brewing around us. "I fight for them, for us." His hands clenched at his sides, the weight of his sword a constant reminder of the blood he would spill. I remember standing between them, a fragile bridge caught in a maelstrom. The sound of hooves thundered in the distance, a legion approaching, and fear gripped my throat. I could feel the chill of inevitability creeping in, a palpable shiver that coursed through the bones of the earth. "Why do they come?" Eleni's voice shattered the air. "What do they want from us?" The answer hung heavy, like a ghost waiting to be exorcised. They wanted everything. The roads they built, the bridges they forged, each stone a step further from our heritage, our very essence. Our dreams mingled with the dust as the Romans laid their infrastructure, vast roads snaking through the landscape, aqueducts cascading like waterfalls, all designed to bind us in a stranglehold of progress. Yet, beneath the veneer of civilization, a darkness festered. The very tools that promised unity also sowed despair, tearing apart the fabric of our identity. I remember the marketplace, bustling as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows stretching like fingers across the stalls. Merchants hawked their wares, voices rising in a cacophony of life. But among the laughter, I felt the undercurrent of despair. Eleni bartered fiercely, her spirit unyielding, yet the weight of Roman coins in her palm felt like shackles. "They twist our tongues, you know," she spat. "They turn our stories into mere echoes of their conquest." Marcus stood beside her, a pillar of strength, but it was clear that his heart was caught in a fierce struggle. "Eleni, you must understand," he said softly, "this is how the world shifts. We can either fight against it or let it consume us." His words were a double-edged sword, cutting deep. He wanted her to accept what was happening, to find peace in the storm, but the fire in her eyes burned too bright for resignation. "Accept? Accept defeat? Is that how you see us?" Her voice rose, raw and visceral, cutting through the chatter, drawing the eyes of passers-by. "They will feast on our bones if we don't stand firm." The tension pulsed, a living entity wrapping around us, binding us in our shared horror. I could feel the world closing in, the weight of history pressing down on my chest. The haunting memories of our ancestors echoed in my mind, voices whispering of battles fought and lost, of gods abandoned, of cultures swallowed whole. In that moment, I glimpsed the future, our children, their laughter drowned out by the march of soldiers, their stories stripped bare and rewritten. I could see Eleni's spirit flickering like a candle in the wind, and Marcus, caught between his love for her and his duty, felt like a ghost haunting his own path. "Look," I whispered, as the first shadows of the Roman army broke over the hill. "The moment draws near." Their armor glinted ominously in the dying light, a harbinger of destruction. The sky, once a canvas of colors, turned to ash. My heart raced, a relentless drumbeat in the silence that followed. We were not just facing an army, we were wrestling with fate itself, a tide that threatened to sweep us away into oblivion. I felt Eleni's hand slip into mine, warm and fierce, a lifeline in the chaos. "Fight with me," she breathed, her voice steadying as if she drew strength from the very earth beneath us. Marcus stepped forward, a warrior in the making, yet behind his stoic facade, I sensed the tremor of uncertainty. To fight is to bleed, he warned, but I could see the flicker in his eyes, hope against hope, a longing to protect, to preserve what was slipping through our grasp. And in that moment, as the sun kissed the horizon goodbye, I understood. This was not merely about infrastructure or the march of armies, this was a battle for our very souls. A fight against the silence that threatened to engulf our history, our identity. The world stood still, and in that stillness, we were drawn together, 3 hearts beating as one against the encroaching tide. The Roman legions advanced, a wall of iron and purpose, but we were more than flesh and blood, more than lines on a map. We were the whispers of the ancients, a chorus of defiance rising in the face of destruction, a love that could not be extinguished. The air thickened with anticipation, a storm gathering on the horizon, and as we prepared to face the coming darkness, I felt the pulse of the earth beneath us, the weight of our history pressing forward, unyielding. In the heart of chaos, we stood together, ready to embrace the unknown, knowing that the clash of swords would echo long into the night, a symphony of suffering and hope. The future loomed, shadowy and uncertain, but the flicker of resolve within us would ignite a fire that no empire could ever extinguish. And so, we braced ourselves, hearts racing, breath mingling with the dust of our ancestors, anticipating the clash that would define us, forever entwined with the shifting sands of time. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the desolate streets of Athens, heavy as a funeral bell. Shadows dance under the flickering streetlights, casting long fingers across cracked pavements. I remember the chill that crept down my spine, a whisper of dread in the air, as the world outside my window flickered between reality and nightmare. There, in the dim light of my cramped apartment, a haunting truth settled in. Greece was not just a land of ancient beauty, it was a battleground, where dreams were crushed under the weight of relentless taxation, where hope flickered like a candle in the wind. Across the alley, I saw Elena, her face framed by shadows, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. A schoolteacher turned activist, she held tightly to her worn-out briefcase, the weight of generations pressing upon her shoulders. I could almost hear her heartbeat, quickening as she prepared to confront the bureaucrats who had turned her beloved home into a wasteland of despair. I remember her voice, rising like a phoenix, defiant yet trembling. "We are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. We are flesh and blood, living in a land where our past is being siphoned away." And then, there was Nikos, a once hopeful entrepreneur, now a shell of a man, his dreams drowned in a sea of tax-piled paperwork. I saw him, hunched over in the flickering light of a cafe, fingers stained with ink and worry. "They don't see us," he murmured, barely audible over the clink of cups, "just resources to exploit, taxes to collect. My family's bakery, my legacy, reduced to a line item in their ledgers." Each word carried the weight of betrayal, raw and heavy, echoing in the hollow spaces of his heart. Heavy rains began to fall, drumming against the rooftops, drowning out the whispers of hope. I remember standing beside them, feeling the tension crackle like electricity in the thickening air. We were all caught in a web spun by unseen hands, corporations and governments colluding in a dance of greed while the people suffered in silence. Taxes, resources, dreams, each word felt like a sharpened knife, slicing through our spirits, the agony palpable in our bones. "Elena! Nikos!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can't just stand by while they take everything from us." My voice trembled, a fragile thread straining against the weight of reality. The storm intensified, rain pouring down as if the heavens were weeping for us. It mirrored our turmoil, an emotional tempest swirling in our hearts. Elena turned, her gaze fierce yet weary. "What do we do? We fight with our voices, but the system is deaf to our cries." I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the fear of powerlessness that gnawed at her soul. The thought of her students, bright-eyed and full of dreams, haunted her. How could she teach them to stand tall when her own foundation was crumbling? Nikos slammed his fist against the table, splattering coffee everywhere. "We're drowning in their demands, suffocated by their greed. Taxes piled high, resources drained dry. My father worked this land, and now they want to take it all, leaving nothing but dust." His desperation filled the air like smoke, suffocating yet familiar. I could feel the crack in his voice, the breaking of a dream, and for a moment, hope felt like a distant star, flickering but unreachable. The city grew silent, the rain turning into a whisper. Time felt suspended, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for a moment to shift. Each drop was a reminder of what was being lost, of lives uprooted and dreams obliterated by a cruel march of progress. The shadows around us, once familiar, morphed into specters of despair. I remember the stories, I whispered, recalling evenings spent under the starlit sky, our ancestors' resilient spirits echoing through the ages. They fought, they endured. We have that strength within us. But even as I spoke, a gnawing doubt crept in. What if our fight was already lost? What if we were just echoes of a forgotten past, doomed to repeat the same heartbreak? Elena's hand grazed mine, anchoring me to the moment. But the ghosts of our ancestors are fading. Every tax, every resource stripped from us, they are not just numbers, they are lives. They are us. Her conviction ignited a spark in my chest, warmth blooming amid the cold despair. I saw the fire in her eyes, a flame flickering with determination, a fierce reminder that we were not yet broken, that we could still rise. The rain lessened, turning into a mist that hung thick in the air, obscuring the world around us. We must gather our voices, our stories, I urged, pulling them closer as if we were huddled against the storm. We can't let them drown us in silence. The words surged forth, raw and unfiltered, spilling into the night, echoing through the empty streets, intertwining with the whispers of our ancestors. And then, a moment of clarity. Elena nodded, a newfound strength radiating from her. Yes. We will not be silenced. We will gather others, share our stories, unite against this tide of exploitation. The flicker ignited into a blaze, fierce and unyielding. Nikos clenched his jaw, determination etched on his face. If they want our resources, they will hear our voices first. The resolve hung heavy in the air, a palpable force that transformed the night. The shadows felt less ominous, the silence less oppressive. We were standing at the precipice, poised to leap into the unknown, fueled by the urgency of our plight. I could feel it coursing through our veins, a collective heartbeat, a rhythm that drowned out the fear, the doubt, the echoes of hopelessness. And as the last remnants of rain danced away, the city stirred with promises yet unspoken, dreams fighting to break free from the chains of despair. We were bruised but not broken, united by a mission that transcended our individual stories. The battle was just beginning, but in that moment, we were alive, hope igniting in the darkness. Time slipped away, like sand through fingers, the clock continuing its relentless march. Shadows lingered, contracts waited to be signed, but we were awakening, an indomitable force rising from the ashes of exploitation. The world outside may have remained unchanged for now, but our hearts were pounding with a promise: we would fight, and we would be heard. The night was still, but beneath our skin, the storm brewed on. A single cry shatters the stillness, reverberating through the narrow, cobbled streets of Jerusalem, where shadows dance like restless spirits beneath the moonlight. It's a voice filled with raw anguish, a desperate call for freedom echoing against the stone walls that have imprisoned the spirit of a nation for far too long. I stand among the throng, where the air is thick with the scent of sweat and fear, where hope flickers like a dying flame. My heart pounds like a war drum, each thud a reminder of the oppression that has become a way of life, a life we refuse to accept any longer. I see Miriam, her eyes burning with the flame of defiance, a mother whose children are caught in a brutal world. Her hands, calloused and worn, clutch a tattered cloak wrapped tightly around her son, David, who is barely 7. He fidgets, sensing the storm brewing, though he cannot yet grasp its meaning. Miriam's lips press into a thin line as she whispers promises of safety and strength, even as the ground beneath us trembles with the approach of Roman legions. "Stay close," she hisses, her voice a fragile whisper that barely carries over the clamor. I know what it is to feel the weight of an entire existence teetering on the edge of a blade. I remember my own family, their faces flickering in and out of my mind like a candle caught in a draft. They were swept away like dust in the wind, crushed beneath the iron heel of a conqueror. Every breath I take is a reminder of their absence, a ghost that haunts me in the darkness. "Fight back!" A voice rings out, sharp and unwavering, cutting through the chaos. It's Simon, a warrior with scars that tell stories of rebellion and tragedy, a man whose spirit is unyielding like the iron of his sword. He stands tall, defiantly challenging the might of Rome with nothing but his fury and a handful of the willing. In his eyes, I see the reflection of 1,000 soul cries, the yearning for justice that transcends the mere act of living. But I also see the burden he carries, a leader who knows that every victory comes at a price. "Look at us," he bellows, arms outstretched, inviting the crowd to awaken from their slumber of submission. "Are we not human? Are we not deserving of our own breath, our own destiny?" His words ignite a fire within us, a restless energy that pulses through the veins, and for a fleeting moment, the fear is washed away, replaced by a heady intoxication of rebellion. Yet, that moment is fleeting. The distant thrum of Roman boots approaches, a relentless tide of power, drowning out our flickering light. The air grows taut, straining against the inevitable clash that looms ahead. I can almost taste the metallic scent of blood in my mouth, the very essence of life and death poised on a precipice. Miriam's grip tightens around David, and I see the glimmer of tears in her eyes, tears for a future that may never come to pass. "Stay behind me," she breathes, a command laced with equal parts love and fear. In that moment, she is both shield and sword, the embodiment of every mother who has ever fought for her child's tomorrow. She is the heart of this rebellion, an unwavering beacon of hope, yet even she knows that hope is a cruel mistress. As the legions surge forward, a cacophony of shouts and the clash of steel fills the air, drowning out the desperate prayers whispered into the night. I can feel the ground shake beneath me, each tremor a reminder of the oppressive weight of empire pressing down on our spirits. The Romans advance, their armor gleaming like a new dawn, yet there is an emptiness in their eyes, a hollowness, a lack of understanding. They are soldiers, driven by orders, but we are the living, breathing embodiment of passion, of a will too fierce to be extinguished. I watch as Simon raises his sword, a beacon of rebellion amidst the gathering storm. "For our kin," he shouts, and I feel the words echo within me, shaking loose memories of laughter, of love, of life. The sound becomes a battle cry, reverberating through the crowd, igniting a primal urge to fight against the chains that bind us. Fear becomes a whisper, courage a roar. In the chaos, I catch a glimpse of Miriam, her cloak swirling around her as she charges forward, shielded by the fervor of a mother's love. She is not just fighting for herself or even for David, she is fighting for every soul who has ever felt the sting of oppression, every heart that beats for freedom. I feel my own heart quicken, a wild surge of adrenaline coursing through me. This is our moment, the crucible where we will either forge a new future or be consumed by the flames of our struggle. The clash of swords rings like a symphony of despair and defiance, each note a reminder of what we stand to lose, yet also what we fight to gain. The chaos envelops me, and I can scarcely tell where I end and the turmoil begins. I am a part of this, an ember in the inferno, a witness to our shared agony and our shared glory. In the midst of the chaos, I can see David, his small frame trembling yet unwavering. He stands rooted beside Miriam, eyes wide with terror yet shimmering with the spark of rebellion. I remember my own childhood, the innocent snatched away by the cold hand of fate. I want to shout at him to run, to hide, to escape the horrors that await, but something within me understands that this moment defines us all. It's a cruel twist of fate, the sense that our lives are nothing more than threads woven into a tapestry of history, yet here we are, fighting to reclaim the fabric of our own story. "Together?" Simon bellows, and the word reverberates through the throng. Each voice joins the chorus, a rising tide of resolve. Together! It is a promise, a bond, a reminder that though we are disparate souls, the fire of our struggle unites us in blood and spirit. As the clash of steel pierces the night, our cries become one, a ferocious anthem of resistance that echoes through the annals of history. The world is on fire, and we are the flames. The clash continues, a storm of fury and passion, a whirlwind of lives intertwined in this moment of chaos. In the distance, the echoes of Roman orders ring out, yet beneath the surface, I feel an undercurrent of something greater, something that whispers of change. The ground beneath us may tremble, but within us, a revolution is born, an uprising that will ripple through time, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a people who refuse to be silenced. In this moment, I remember the weight of sorrow, the heat of defiance, the power of unity. I remember that we are alive, and we will not let the shadows consume us. As the battle rages on, my heart swells with the promise of what is yet to come, an unyielding hope that transcends fear, a promise that echoes through the ages, unbroken and eternal. The silence shattered like glass. A woman stood at the edge of the market square, the midday sun painting her in hues of desperation and defiance. She clutched a basket filled not just with bread and olives, but with the remnants of her dreams, a life stolen, a future dimmed. The laughter of children echoed around her, a haunting melody that twisted her heart. She could feel the weight of 1,000 eyes, judgmental and weary, crawling over her skin. In this Romanized Greek society, she was not just a woman, she was an echo of unfulfilled potential, a shadow cast by the rigid expectations that sought to bind her. Alizia was her name, and her spirit was a tempest. She had a husband, a soldier of the empire, who wore the armor of valor and honor, yet she felt like a ghost in her own home. He fought for glory while she fought for meaning. The night he left for battle, she had whispered to the stars, "I will not wait for you to return. I will not be a withered flower in a vase." But words were only whispers in a world that demanded submission. And then there was Callista, Alizia's sister. A healer, a dreamer, yet trapped under the veils of tradition. Now, she pressed her hands against the cold stone of the temple, the scent of incense swirling like memories of a childhood where laughter was abundant, until it wasn't. Callista spoke to the spirits of the herbs she used, her fingers brushing against their fragile existence as if hoping to draw strength from their essence. "If only the gods could hear us," she murmured. "If only they understood." Yet the cosmos remained indifferent, stars glittering mockingly above them, oblivious to their plight. As Alizia wandered through the bustling market, she caught sight of Callista's familiar figure, hunched over the stall of a merchant, bartering for healing salves. There was something about her sister's posture that screamed of defeat. Alizia's heart twisted, she felt the scorching weight of their shared burdens. "Callista," she called, her voice raw and tremulous. Callista looked up, her eyes glazed with an ethereal light, yet shadowed by despair. "Alizia," she replied, her voice a fragile thread. "You need not carry the weight of the world." "But I do!" Alizia shouted, the fierce pulse of anger coursing through her veins. "I watch as our dreams slip away, as we become mere vessels of duty. I won't be silenced." The words hung between them like a blade, sharp and ominous. The market around them faded, the vibrant colors turning to shades of gray. Their conflict was not just personal, it resonated through the very fabric of their existence. Women in this society were expected to be obedient, nurturing, and silent. The whispers of discontent stirred within Alizia, a storm brewing against an ancient tide. A chill crept into the air. "Do you remember the tales our mother told us?" Callista's voice broke through the gathering storm. "Of women who defied fate? Of those who became legends?" "I remember," Alizia whispered, the memories flooding back, of powerful women who wielded wisdom like a sword, who danced under the moonlight, unshackled by earthly chains. But those tales felt like distant dreams, phantoms slipping through her fingers. "But what of us, Callista? We are but shadows in this empire." Callista stepped forward, the fire in her heart igniting. "Then let us be the light. We can choose to carve our own paths, to defy the chains they have forged for us." As the words hung in the air, a moment of electrifying silence enveloped them. Alizia felt the weight of her sister's courage anchoring her soul. But just as quickly, doubt seeped in, cold and unforgiving. "But at what cost? What if they take everything from us? Then we fight for it." Callista's voice rang out, fierce and unwavering. "We owe it to ourselves. To our daughters. To the memories that refuse to die." Around them, the market had transformed into a battleground of scorn and skepticism. People paused, glancing at the sisters, their eyes filled with the weight of unspoken judgments. Alizia's heart raced. She could feel the tempest within her rising, a whirlwind threatening to unleash chaos upon the fragile equilibrium of their lives. "What do you want?" a voice suddenly boomed, cutting through the tension. A man stepped forward, clad in a tunic that whispered authority, eyes glinting with disdain. "Do you wish to stir the pot of discord?" to unravel the very threads that hold our society together. Alizia's breath caught in her throat, her thoughts swirling in chaos. "We want to be heard." Her voice trembled, yet a flicker of defiance ignited within her. "We refuse to live as shadows." The crowd gasped, murmurs rippling through the air like waves lapping at a shore. The man's laughter sliced through the tension, cold and mocking. "Women don't speak here. You are not the storm, you are the stillness before it. Your place is to serve, to nurture, and to obey." Alizia felt her heart constrict, but Callista stepped forward, unwavering. "We are more than what you say. We will not hide in the shadows of your complacency." And in that moment, something shifted, a crack in the facade of fate. The tension was palpable, hanging heavy in the air as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. Yet doubt lingered, a ghost whispering in their ears. The streets of the city stretched endlessly, and for every step forward, countless others were trapped in the suffocating embrace of tradition. Alizia and Callista stood at the precipice of a revolution, hearts racing, breaths mingling, the weight of their ancestors resting upon their shoulders. A clock chimed somewhere in the distance, marking the passage of time, a reminder that every moment was a choice, every heartbeat a decision. In the shadows of the marketplace, the spectre of history loomed large, watching, waiting, as the sisters wrestled with the ghosts of their lineage and the daunting spectre of an uncertain future. And then, just as the wind howled through the square, the atmosphere shifted again, pregnant with unspoken truths. Alizia felt it, an intensity burning through her veins, a call to arms igniting her spirit. They would not be mere spectators in their own lives. They would become the legends their mother had once told them about. The world might shatter around them, but they would rise amid the ruins, stronger than ever before. Together, they would weave a new narrative, one tinged with laughter and pain, one that dared to echo through the annals of time, refusing to be silenced. In a society that sought to erase their voices, they would sing louder, their hearts drumming against the cacophony of oppression, shaping the future with every pulse of rebellion and hope. The crowd roars, a tidal wave of sound crashing against the stone walls of the arena, a cacophony of excitement and dread. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and blood, a bittersweet perfume that clings to the skin like sin itself. I stand among them, my heart racing as I clutch the rough stone railing, my fingers trembling with a blend of exhilaration and horror. Today, lives will hang in the balance, and yet the sun shines bright, indifferent to the agony that will soon unfold. I remember the moment before the chaos, the silence that enveloped the arena, a heartbeat, a breath held captive in that hollow space between anticipation and despair. There stands Marcus, a gladiator with arms like iron, his muscles taut and glistening. He is a lion in a cage, but here in this moment, he is more than that. He carries the weight of his family, of debts that gnaw at his insides like rats in the dark. His eyes, fierce and haunted, flicker toward the Emperor's box, searching for a flicker of mercy, a twitch that might grant him reprieve. I remember his silent prayers, each one a desperate whisper, a plea to the gods who seem to have forgotten him. He is driven by fear, by the need to survive, but that fear is laced with a strange exhilaration. This is where he feels alive, amidst the chaos. But alive for how long? And then there's Lyra, a woman whose spirit is as wild as the tempest itself. She fights not just for survival but for a flicker of freedom in a world that has chained her. Her heart beats an anthem of rebellion, a song of defiance against the fate that has been thrust upon her. I remember the fiery glint in her eyes, the way she grips her sword with a mixture of grace and fury, a dancer poised on the edge of destruction. She thinks of her brother, lost to the games, his laughter now a ghost in her memory. Each clash of metal is a reminder of what she has lost and what she is about to risk. There is a recklessness in her resolve, a passion that ignites the air around her. In this arena, she becomes both predator and prey, the lines blurred in the heat of battle. The sun dips lower, casting long shadows across the arena, and the world outside feels distant, a mere whisper against the roars of the crowd. I remember the way the earth trembles beneath the weight of their desires, their bloodlust a palpable pulse that echoes in my own chest. They crave violence, a spectacle to fill the void of their mundane lives, and here it is, a twisted dance of life and death. But as I stand there, breathless, I can't help but feel the weight of my own complicity, of how easily we all become spectators to suffering, how the line between entertainment and atrocity blurs in the haze of excitement. Then the gates creak open, and the beasts are unleashed. Metal meets flesh, a cacophony of screams and cheers that rises like smoke into the dusky sky. I watch as Marcus charges forward, fueled by desperation, each swing of his sword a prayer for survival. The crowd roars, a savage hymn that echoes through my bones, and I can feel the adrenaline thrumming in my veins. I remember the thrill of it, the intoxicating allure of power, of witnessing life unfold in its rawest form, yet it is laced with a cold, creeping dread. Here, joy and horror dance a macabre tango, and I am entranced, horrified, unable to turn away. Lyra encounters him, a fierce whirlwind of steel and spirit. Their eyes lock, a moment suspended in time, and I can feel the electricity between them, a connection forged in the fires of struggle. They fight not just for their lives, but for the memory of those who have fallen, the ghosts of the past haunting their every move. It is a brutal ballet, a waltz of death where each step could lead to salvation or ruin. I remember the sweat beading on my brow, the tension crackling in the air like the storm before the lightning strikes. But as they dance on the edge of oblivion, I can't shake the feeling that this is more than just a fight, this is the culmination of dreams and nightmares, a collision of destinies. The crowd's cheers morph into a chant, a primal call that reverberates through the very stones of the arena, urging them on, demanding blood. I feel the heat of their hunger, their need for drama and spectacle, and I wonder, what if this is our fate too? To be mere spectators cheering on the demise of our own kind? Marcus falters for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as memories of his family flood his mind, the laughter of children echoing like ghosts in the arena. He is not just a gladiator, he is a son, a brother, a man who has loved deeply and lost fiercely. I remember the moment of realization when he understands that the only way to break free from the chains of this brutal existence may be through the very violence he despises. It is a heart-wrenching paradox, a choice between embracing the monster within or succumbing to the abyss. Lyra, too, wrestles with her demons, the weight of vengeance dragging her down even as she fights with all her might. She remembers her brother's smile, the warmth of his presence, and it fuels her rage, igniting a fire within her that cannot be extinguished. Yet, as she swings her sword, she grapples with the fear that to seek revenge may ultimately consume her, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. I feel her struggle as if it were my own, the suffocating grip of despair tightening around my throat. And then, in a heart-stopping moment, they collide, metal meeting metal, the sound reverberating like the tolling of a death knell. My breath catches as I watch, the world around me fading into a blur of noise and color. The arena, with its walls stained by history and blood, becomes a crucible where lives are forged in fire. I remember the urgency, the desperation of each desperate breath. Will it be redemption or ruin? But as the fight wages on, something shifts. The crowd, once a relentless tide of hunger, begins to waver. I see the flickers of doubt in their eyes, the realization dawning that they are not just here for the spectacle but for the souls of these fighters. I feel the tension grow, a palpable shift in the air as if the very cosmos has taken notice. There is a reckoning brewing beneath the surface, a reckoning that could shatter the very foundations of this brutal tradition. And in that moment, as the sun sinks beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the blood-soaked sand, I realize that the true battle lies not just in the arena but in the hearts of those who stand witness. I remember the whispers of change, the echoes of a new dawn, as the cries of the crowd intertwine with the hopes and fears of Marcus and Lyra. What will they choose? What will we choose? In the arena of life and death, the stakes have never been higher. The sun hung low over Jerusalem, a molten orange, bleeding into twilight, casting long shadows that clung to the ancient stones like whispers of the past. I remember the silence first, the kind that fills the air with the weight of unspoken truths. The marketplace had emptied, the vibrant colors of fruits and fabrics fading into a dim canvas of dread. It was here, amidst the stale aroma of dust and despair, that I first saw him. Peter stood at the edge of the crowd, his face lined with uncertainty and desperation, a fisherman turned preacher, a man who once cast nets into the sea but now threw words against the tide of doubt. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of hope battling against the engulfing fear, the very essence of a man on the brink of transformation. I remember the breath hitching in my throat, as if the weight of his mission pressed against my chest. Here was a man who dared to challenge the world, to embrace a faith that could shatter empires and ignite souls. And then there was Mary, the mother, a heartbeat of sorrow lost in the cacophony of a world spinning toward chaos. The shadows danced around her, cloaking her in a veil of grief and resignation. Her whispers were prayers, soft and layered with the ache of watching a son become an outcast, a revolutionary. I remember her trembling hands, calloused by labor and yet tender enough to cradle a dream of a savior. She stood there, a figure of quiet strength, her agony palpable, threading through the air like a haunting melody. How much longer could she bear the weight of love and loss? Days merged into nights, and each heartbeat echoed with an urgency that set my skin alight. The Romans, with their iron fists and cold, calculating eyes, patrolled the streets like wolves thirsty for blood. They feared this burgeoning faith, a ragtag assembly of the disenfranchised, who found solace in the words of a man they called the Christ. Turn the other cheek, he'd said, a radical notion in a world that thrived on dominion and submission. But how do you turn the other cheek when your flesh is torn by the lash of oppression? I could feel the tension crackling in the air, like the distant rumble of thunder, the promise of a storm. Do you believe? Peter's voice sliced through my reverie, a single question that echoed like a drumbeat in my chest. I hesitated. Belief was a fragile thing, a glass shard poised to shatter at the slightest touch. I remember when hope felt like a distant star, flickering and unreachable. But here stood a man who had walked with the divine, a man who believed against all odds. It was then that everything changed. A gathering erupted in the streets, a sea of faces drawn together by a singular pulse, the heartbeat of rebellion. They cried out for something more than empty rituals, for salvation from the crushing weight of their lives. The sound was like a siren, pulling at the edges of my sanity, urging me to join, to feel the surge of belonging. The whispers of the faithful grew louder, entwining with the cries of the hopeless. Mary stood at the fringes, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, watching as her son stepped into the storm. "You'll be their light," she murmured, though the shadows loomed around her, threatening to swallow her whole. Each step he took was a defiance against a world that sought to silence him. I remember the nights we spent under the stars, dreaming of a different life, she whispered, a ghost of what she once had. Would she lose him to this fervor, this fire that could consume? The Romans watched from a distance, their faces impassive masks, but their eyes betrayed them, hunger for control, fear of the unknown. They would strike swiftly, the sword was always quicker than the heart. I felt it in my bones, the foreboding heaviness gathering like storm clouds. They would not allow this revolution to bloom. The crucifixion was near, and the air was thick with impending doom. The clash came suddenly, a storm unleashed from within the hearts of men. The faithful surged, shouting, "He is the way." The Romans responded with brutality, steel glimmering in the dying light. I could hear the cries of the wounded, feel the terror that gripped the crowd like a vice. I was swept away, lost in the tide of humanity, each heartbeat a drum, each breath a desperate prayer. Peter fought valiantly, his words rising above the chaos, a desperate plea for unity, for love. It was breathtaking. We are all one in him. But the clash of swords drowned him out, and I saw the fear in his eyes transform into something fierce, a spark igniting within him that could light the darkest night. I remember wanting to reach out, to touch that flame, to believe in the impossible alongside him. Mary fell to her knees, wailing, the sound echoing through the chaos around us. Not my son. Not him. It was a mother's raw, primal sorrow, an ache so deep that it felt like the universe itself was collapsing. I felt my own heart fracture under the weight of her anguish, a mirror reflecting the heartbreak of countless mothers who had watched their hopes die in the name of power. And then the moment froze, time splintered like glass shattering underfoot, the silence after the storm, the heavy stillness that followed the cry of the fallen. I saw Peter, trembling, a man transformed into a martyr, a beacon bright enough to pierce the darkest night. I remember the resolve that bloomed in my chest, refusing to be quenched by despair. In that instant, the world shifted. Hope surged, coursing through the veins of the crowd. We were not just witnesses, we were part of this great, tragic unfolding. I could feel it, the spark of the divine flickering to life amidst the chaos. And as the first stars began to pierce the darkness of the night, they felt like promises, a reminder that from the ashes, something beautiful could rise. In this Hellenized Roman world, a tapestry of cultures and beliefs, something was awakening. A revolution of spirit, a rebellion of faith, the emergence of a love that knew no bounds. And amidst the turmoil, the heartache, and the bloodshed, the flame of Christianity flickered defiantly, a beacon calling to the weary, the broken, the lost. I remember, no, I swear, this was just the beginning. The story of hope would stretch beyond these streets, beyond these walls, intertwining with every soul it touched. It would not end here, it would only grow. The journey had just begun, and I could feel the pulse of eternity beckoning us onward into the abyss of tomorrow. The air was thick with the scent of burnt parchment, a bitter reminder of knowledge lost. I stood in the dimly lit chamber, shadows clinging to the walls like forgotten memories. An ancient scroll lay before me, its once vibrant letters now fading, as if the very essence of Greek thought was being erased, one ink blot at a time. My heart raced, each beat echoing the ticking of a clock that counted down to oblivion. I could almost hear the whispers of Socrates, Plato, their voices fading into the void, overshadowed by the impending dominance of Latin, a language that felt cold, sterile. In the corner, a figure hunched over, trembling, a scholar named Lysandros, whose hand shook not just from age but from the anguish of a dying tongue. "They've taken our words," he murmured, voice cracking like brittle wood. "They've taken our soul." I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but the weight of his despair pulled me back, anchoring me to my own fears. What would it mean to wake up one day and find my own thoughts alien, my dreams muted by unfamiliar syllables? Across the room stood Callista, her eyes ablaze with defiance. A young woman, bursting with the fire of revolution, she clutched a Greek lyric in one hand and a Latin text in the other, as if caught in a battle. "This is madness," she shouted, the words slicing through the tension like a knife. "We cannot let them erase us." But even as she spoke, I saw the uncertainty in her eyes, the flicker of doubt. Each word felt heavy, the echo of her voice mingling with the fading glory of our past. I remember the first time I heard the laughter of children speaking Greek, a melody so sweet that it felt like a caress. Now, that laughter was replaced by the harsh consonants of Latin, a foreign tongue that clutched at the edges of our identities. I remember the joy of reciting Homer under the shade of olive trees, the words spilling forth like honey. Now, those trees stood silent, their roots choking on the ashes of forgotten literature, as if mourning the loss of a world that once was. The tension in the room thickened, almost palpable, as I joined Lysandros and Callista in their resolve. "What can we do?" I whispered, the question hanging in the air, heavy like the weight of history itself. "They're erasing us, brick by brick." Callista's voice trembled, and for a moment, vulnerability stripped away her bravado. "We must fight," she declared, her eyes flickering with determination. "We must remind them who we are." Outside, the city echoed with the sounds of marching feet, Roman soldiers parading through the streets, their voices booming in Latin, a language that felt like a boot pressing down on our throats. I envisioned the sepulchral silence of the agora, once bustling with rhetoric and debate, now suffocating under the weight of conquerors. It was a reminder that our identities were at stake, like a flickering candle threatened by the howling winds of change. I remember the dreams that haunted me at night, dreams where old scholars stood before me, their faces twisted in despair, imploring me to hold on to the words, to breathe life into the myths that had nurtured our souls. "Speak to me!" I cried in those dreams, my voice a desperate plea. "Speak to me!" But they remained silent, shadows fading into the mists of time, leaving me with a gnawing fear that I was losing a piece of myself, a piece of my heritage. The confrontation loomed, an inevitable clash of ideologies, a reckoning that would echo through the ages. Lysandros, trembling yet resolute, stood before us like a ghost of wisdom, his voice a mere whisper. "We cannot let them win," he said, each word steeped in a deep-seated agony, a plea for our collective soul. "We must revive the language, breathe life into the words that have been suffocated." But how could we, mere mortals, resurrect the dead? Outside, the soldiers' laughter rang like a death knell, mocking in its triumph. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows stretching longer, swallowing the remnants of our past, threatening to extinguish the flicker of our identity. Callista reached for my hand, her grip firm, grounding me amidst the chaos. "We will gather the young," she said, determination igniting her voice. "We will speak Greek in the streets, in our homes, in every breath we take." I could feel the weight of her resolve, a flicker of hope in a world that seemed intent on erasing our very existence. "We will not let them write our story," she continued, her voice rising like a battle cry. The shadows around us pulsed, a dark reminder of the forces gathering outside. I felt the pull of despair, an ache deep in my chest. I could hear the whispers of my ancestors, their voices melding into a cacophony of sorrow, urging us to remember. I remember, I started, feeling the swell of emotion rise within me. I remember the stories. I remember the songs, but the echoes of the past were haunted, a ghostly refrain reminding us that time was a thief, stealing moments and memories with each tick of the clock. I could see the dawn creeping through the window, a fragile light that danced across the scrolls, illuminating the fading ink, a cruel reminder of what was slipping away. As the soldiers' footsteps grew nearer, I felt the walls of the chamber tremble, resonating with the heartbeat of our collective fear. The conflict felt imminent, a storm on the horizon that threatened to engulf us. I exchanged a glance with Lysandros, whose eyes held the weight of centuries of wisdom, and with Callista, whose spirit burned bright, a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness. The moment hung heavy, charged with emotion, as we made our decision. With renewed determination, we would fight for our language, for our identity, for the very essence of who we were. In that dimly lit chamber, we became a force, a whirlwind of voices rising against the silence, a rebellion of words that would echo throughout history, a promise that our language and our spirit would never die. As the door swung open, the light spilled in like a flood, illuminating our resolve. We stepped forward, ready to face whatever darkness awaited us, clutching our Greek words as weapons, our passion igniting the air. And so, we moved toward confrontation, the shadows trailing behind us, whispering secrets of battles yet to come, of identities still at stake, an unbroken cycle of resolve that would echo through the ages. The candle flickered, casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits on the stone walls of the library. I could hear the soft rustle of parchment, the anxious whispers of scholars huddled together, their brows furrowed with urgency. Outside, the city of Rome breathed a heavy silence, as if the very stones were holding their breath, waiting for catastrophe. The weight of history crushed down upon us, a constant reminder that knowledge is both a treasure and a target. I remember how my heart raced that night. There was a storm brewing, not in the skies but in the hearts of men. I clutched a worn scroll, the ink barely legible, a relic of a time long past but never forgotten. It was Aristotle's voice that echoed in my mind, urging us to preserve what was slipping through our fingers like sand, yet the winds of ignorance howled louder. To be or not to be? I whispered, though I was far from Shakespeare's grasp. My name is Gaius, a mere student caught in the tempest of scholarly ambition and desperation. Then there was Claudia, her fierce intellect a blade that cut through the thick fog of complacency. Her eyes, bright candles in the dimness, reflected both resolve and fear. She stood there, her hands trembling around a manuscript, its pages curling like the wings of a dying bird. "We must save them," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it rang like a war drum in my ears. "If they fall into the wrong hands, they will be lost forever." Her passion ignited something deep within me, a spark of rebellion against the encroaching shadows. And then, there was Lucius, the scholar who wore his cynicism like a tattered cloak. He was our silent guardian, the one who had seen the rise and fall of empires. His face was a map of sorrow and defiance, and I often wondered if he had ever truly believed in anything. "Knowledge is a fleeting ghost," he muttered one night, as he pored over a fading scroll. "You chase it, but it vanishes at the slightest touch. It cannot be tamed." I could see the truth in his eyes, but I clung to my hope like a lifeline. The library, oh, the library! It was a labyrinth of wisdom and despair, each corner echoing with the sighs of lost dreams. The air was thick with the scent of old paper, a heady blend of must and memory. How many times had I lost myself among the shelves, tracing fingers over the spines of ancient texts, feeling their history pulse beneath my fingertips? But that night, the weight of urgency draped over us like a shroud. As I scribbled my observations in the margins of an old codex, I felt the air shift, the tension mounting, an electric charge that prickled at my skin. Claudia leaned in closer, her breath warm on my neck, a whisper of determination. We can't let fear paralyze us. Every second we waste is a second closer to losing everything. Her resolve ignited something within me, a fire that threatened to consume us all. I grasped her arm, a silent promise forged in the eye of the storm. Then, the door burst open, and in strode a figure cloaked in darkness, the silhouette of a man who had come to collect. You think you can save them? His voice was a low growl, resonating through the library like a funeral dirge. You think this knowledge belongs to you? The faces turned to shadows, fear written across every brow. The intruder moved like an apparition, a dark omen of what awaited us if we were too late. But amidst the chaos, there was a peculiar sort of beauty blooming. The flickering candlelight caught the glint of Lucius's eyes as he stepped forward, that defiance in his heart echoing through every chamber of his being. What you seek is not yours to take. It belongs to the world, and we will not let you have it. I felt the weight of his words, a rallying cry that broke through the fear like dawn breaking over a stormy night. I remember the moments that followed, chaos erupting like a volcano, books cascading from shelves as we fought to protect them, our hands clawing through the ruins of centuries, desperate to hold onto the fleeting threads of wisdom that bound us together. Each scroll we defended was a scream for survival, a prayer for the future. The shadows of ignorance loomed around us, but still, we stood our ground. Claudia's laughter rang out, a fierce sound that shattered the darkness. Let them come. We are the keepers of knowledge. Her spirit, unyielding and wild, lit a fire in my chest. I was swept away by the tide of her determination, swept into a world where every word mattered, where each sentence carried the weight of lives lived and lost. In that moment, I saw the truth. The knowledge we fought for was not simply ink on paper. It was the very essence of humanity, the pulse of our existence. And with every heartbeat, I felt our connection to those who had come before us, the whispers of Plato and Socrates guiding our hands as we defended what was sacred. And as the chaos swirled around us, the storm outside raged on, relentless and cruel. I felt the weight of time pressing down, the clock ticking away the moments we had left. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, mocking us as we fought against the darkness. Yet, through it all, the flickering candlelight persisted, illuminating our resolve, guiding us through the storm. It was not just a battle of preservation, it was a fight for our very souls. The confrontation loomed close, a confrontation not just with the shadows of ignorance but with the ghosts of our own despair. And as we prepared to face the darkness, I could feel the tide of history turning, each moment a heartbeat in a story that was far from over, an unfinished symphony that would echo through the ages. In that library, amid the chaos and the shadows, I became a part of something greater, a struggle that would transcend time. And as we stood together, united by our love for knowledge, I knew we would not go quietly, we would roar into the night, and the echoes of our defiance would ripple through eternity. The fight was just beginning. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to suffocate any semblance of calm. A chill swept through the narrow streets of Rome, and shadows danced against the crumbling stone walls as I stumbled upon a gathering. A crowd huddled, faces illuminated by the flickering light of torches, each flicker a heartbeat, each heartbeat a question. I felt the weight of their stares, raw and piercing, as if I were the one under judgment, the one on trial. I remember, the whisper snaked through the crowd, a chant dripping with dread. A man, disheveled and wild-eyed, threw his hands up to the stars, as if pleading with the cosmos itself. I remember the words of Socrates. The unexamined life is not worth living. His voice rose, trembled, caught in the swell of something greater, something terrifying. The ghost of Greek thought loomed large, a specter that chased them, that chased us all, driving us to question, to challenge. But what if the answers led us to ruin? There was Claudia, standing on the rim of the chaotic circle, clutching her infant tightly against her chest. The child was a fragile bundle of warmth, oblivious to the storm raging outside, but Claudia knew, oh, she knew, that the legacy of wisdom could weigh heavier than a mountain, could crush dreams under its enormity. She had dared to discuss the teachings of Plato, to ponder the very essence of justice. Now, she felt the chains forming around her thoughts, binding her to a legacy that both uplifted and threatened to destroy her. Beside her stood Marcus, the scholar, his brow furrowed deep, his heart an open wound. He had spent years consumed by the writings of Aristotle, the biology, the ethics, the relentless pursuit of knowledge. Yet, it felt like a curse, gnawing at him from within, demanding more than he could give. What if, he had said to Claudia just days before, voice trembling with fear, what if the truth is a double-edged sword? What if we are simply fooling ourselves? He had laughed then, but it was a hollow sound, echoing through the chamber of his despair. I remember, the man cried again, and his voice sliced through the quiet like a knife. We study the heavens, we count the stars, but what of our hearts? What of our souls? Are we to become mere echoes of our teachers? The firelight flickered, casting shadows that twisted and contorted, as if the very essence of Greek philosophy was alive, restless, eager to tear free from the confines of dusty tomes. Claudia's thoughts spiraled, each memory a thread leading back to the ancients, to the philosophies that had shaped her world. The Athenian Agora, an open forum of ideas, vibrant and electric. Here in Rome, the echo of that legacy felt stifled, twisted by ambition and power. She turned to Marcus, searching for solace, and found only a tempest in his eyes. "You of all people understand," she whispered, the words trembling on her lips. "Isn't it our duty to carry forward their wisdom?" But Marcus shook his head, a storm brewing within. What if wisdom is a burden too great to bear? What if it leads us down a path of destruction? The Romans, they twist and turn it, suffocate it in their own grasping hands. He swallowed hard, and in that moment, I felt the conflict between the two of them, a palpable force, as strong as the very stones of the city around us. Outside, the crowd's murmurs grew louder, a thrumming heartbeat that could shatter the night. They were hungry for answers, desperate for clarity. I could see it in their eyes, the fear, the hope, the flicker of rebellion. Philosophy, the man cried, is not just a relic. It is our lifeblood. We must challenge, we must question, or we become mere shadows of those who came before us. The words ignited a fire within Claudia. She stepped forward, resolve hardening her voice. Then let us confront these shadows. Let us debate the very essence of our existence. If we do not, we are lost. A gasp rippled through the crowd, each breath a collective hesitation, as if they were all teetering on the edge of a great abyss. But Marcus felt the tug of caution, the whisper of dread curling around his heart. And if we are wrong? If the truth is a weapon we wield against ourselves? The question hung in the air, a dark cloud threatening to engulf the light. He felt the weight of history pressing down on him, the legacy of Greek thought morphing into a living, breathing entity that demanded sacrifice. "Claudia," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his words. "What if the pursuit of knowledge leads us to our own undoing? Think of the philosophers who faced exile, death. Socrates. He died for his ideas." I remember, she shot back, heart racing, the courage it took for him to drink the hemlock, to stand firm against the tide. I remember his words echoing through the ages, calling us to question, to seek, to live. We cannot let fear silence us. We must rise, we must rise. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble, a reminder of the power that lay within their grasp. History was not just a chain of events, it was a living tapestry, threads intertwining, stories waiting to be told. And in that moment, as the crowd surged forward, drawn to the fiery light of debate, the tension was electric. Time itself felt suspended, a fragile bubble ready to burst. The shadows of the past loomed larger, and I could feel the weight of every word, every heartbeat as they prepared to confront their greatest fears. It was a reckoning, a moment that would echo through the annals of time, shaped by the whispers of the ancients yet forged in the fires of the present. Let us not be mere echoes. I wanted to scream alongside them, but instead, I stood transfixed, watching as their stories intertwined, shaping a legacy that transcended mere philosophy, reaching into the depths of the human soul. And then, just as suddenly, the ground shifted again beneath our feet, and I felt it, a crack in the surface, a fissure in the fabric of certainty. Would they rise, or would they be consumed? The world held its breath, hanging on the precipice of something monumental. The confrontation was not just with each other, but with the shadows of wisdom itself, a dance of light and darkness that would determine their fate, and perhaps, our own. The air crackles like a live wire. I stand at the precipice, where the ghosts of emperors whisper secrets and the stench of betrayal clings to the stones of a city transforming before my very eyes. The twilight drapes its indigo cloak over the crumbling remnants of Rome, while flickering torches cast long shadows, sharp, elongated, like the fingers of fate reaching for something just out of grasp. I can feel the pulse of the city, a throbbing heart, both ancient and achingly new. Not here, not now. Lyra's voice pierces through the haze of uncertainty, her eyes lit with a fierce desperation that ignites a fire within me. She's standing there, a tempest of emotion, every feature etched with the weight of her choices. We can't just let it fall. Her hands tremble, fists clenching and unclenching, the urgency palpable, a storm brewing just beneath her skin. In the distance, a clash of steel reverberates through the night, a reminder of the chaos that lies just outside our fragile sanctuary. I can feel my heart racing, each beat a drum roll heralding the end of the world as we know it. The once mighty walls of Rome seem to lean in, listening, waiting. I think of everything we've sacrificed, our dreams, our safety, our sanity. All laid bare upon the altar of ambition. And then there's Marcus, my brother, my shadow. He stands apart, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun has dipped below the edge of reality. It's too late, Lyra, he mutters, his voice low, like a whispering ghost. I can see the battle within him, a clash of duty and desire. He's always been the realist, the anchor tethering me to the ground, a weight I've resented but also desperately needed. You can't save a city that's already dead. But that's the thing, isn't it? Rome, in all its splendor, is dying. The empire, once a titan, now reduced to a ghost of its former self, an echo of grandeur reverberating through crumbling streets. The patricians bicker over scraps while the plebs howl for justice. I can hear them, a cacophony of rage and despair, building like a wave that threatens to crash down upon us. Each voice is a reminder that we are buried beneath the weight of history. I remember, the words slip out, unbidden. I remember the laughter, the festivals, the colors of the market stalls. A smile flits across my lips, bittersweet, laced with nostalgia. I remember when the world felt alive, pulsing with possibility. The memories swirl around us like phantoms, haunting and beautiful, yet tinged with an underlying dread. Lyra's eyes soften, and for a fleeting moment, I see the girl she once was, unbroken, unyielding. And what of the future? She asks, her voice trembling. What of our dreams? We can rebuild. We can, her words hang in the air, heavy with longing, but even as she speaks, I see the flicker of doubt cloud her spirit. The shadows deepen, and the air grows colder. Rebuild? Marcus scoffs, the disdain in his tone like ice slicing through flesh. This isn't a playground, Lyra. This is survival. His hands ball into fists, knuckles white against the growing darkness. You think we can just pick up the pieces? You think dreams can stop the swords? I want to scream that dreams can do more than swords ever could, that visions of a new dawn can ignite revolutions, can birth new worlds from the ashes of despair. I want to reach out and shake him, to pull him back from the brink of hopelessness. But something in his eyes, a flicker of pain, stops me. His own dreams are fading, crumbling like the very stones we now stand upon. The sounds of battle grow louder, a distant symphony of clashing metal and anguished cries. The city is alive, but it is a wounded beast, thrashing in its death throes. I can feel it in my bones, the inevitability of change, the bittersweet taste of progress laced with suffering. We don't need to be afraid, I whisper, more to myself than to them. We have to fight. My voice trembles, but I steel myself. We can't let this city die without a fight. But as the words leave my lips, doubt creeps in like a thief in the night. The weight of history looms over us, an oppressive presence, and I wonder if we are merely pawns in a game played by gods. The thought chills me to the marrow, and I shiver. I remember the stories of those who came before us, the emperors who once walked these very streets, their legacies etched in stone but now swallowed by time. Lyra steps closer, her breath warm against the cold night air. Together, we can be stronger than the past. Her voice is fierce, a battle cry rising from the depths of despair. We can be the architects of a new empire. But Marcus shakes his head, the lines on his brow deepening. You're asking for too much, he says, his voice cracking like glass under pressure. You can't just ignore the reality of what's happening. The shadows feel heavier now, like a cloak suffocating the last embers of our hope. I grasp Lyra's hand, our fingers intertwining, two souls lit by an unquenchable fire. We cannot stand idly by, I say, the conviction flooding through me. Rome has been our cradle, but it cannot be our tomb. I see it then, the flicker of a new dawn in Lyra's eyes, a spark igniting our shared resolve. The ghosts of the past may haunt us, but the future is a canvas unwritten, waiting for our brushstrokes. We stand together, hearts pounding in unison, a reluctant trio forged by fate. And as the night deepens, enveloping us in its shroud, I realize this is not merely a struggle for a city. This is a fight for our very souls, a tumultuous battle between the weight of history and the promise of tomorrow. The tension coils tight around us, an unbreakable bond that could either tether us to despair or propel us towards the unknown. With every heartbeat, the darkness grows closer, but so does the light. And in that moment, I know, this is only the beginning. The transformation of Rome into Constantinople is not just a shift in name or power, it is a metamorphosis that will etch our names into eternity. And as we step forward, fear and hope entwined, we leave behind the remnants of the past to embrace an uncertain future. The clock ticks on. Time waits for no one. I clutch my breath, ready to leap into the abyss. The battle to save a dying city has just begun. The air was thick, laden with the scent of decay, as the sun dipped behind the jagged horizon, casting long shadows over the remnants of a once great civilization. I stood on the crumbling steps of the Parthenon, my heart a war drum echoing through the silence of a world that had forgotten its glory. Behind me, a flicker of movement, a figure cloaked in ragged fabric, face obscured, eyes burning with the fire of despair. It was Lysandra. The last of her kind. Are we not worth saving? She whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind, as if each syllable clung to the hope of a world reborn. I remember when the streets had pulsed with life, laughter tumbling over marble columns, triumph celebrated in the glow of lantern light. Now, the silence screamed. I inhaled sharply, the air heavy with memories that called around my throat like a serpent. How had we fallen so far? When did the echoes of victory drown in the tides of despair? Lysandra was more than just a remnant, she was a vessel of dreams long extinguished. Beneath her fragile exterior lay a heart that bore the scars of countless betrayals. Her family, a tapestry of noble lineage, had unraveled, thread by thread, until only she remained, alone, a flickering candle in a storm. And then there was Nikos, a soldier whose hands had once wielded swords with the confidence of a lion, now trembling at the thought of facing the shadows of his past. His armor, dented and rusted, mirrored his spirit, a warrior broken yet unyielding. The weight of his memories pressed down on him, a constant reminder of the blood he had spilled in the name of an empire that no longer existed. Tell me, Lysandra, he grunted, every word laced with the bitterness of regret. What do we fight for now? The gods have abandoned us. She turned her gaze to the horizon, where the sun bled into the sea, colors intertwining as if even the sky mourned our loss. We fight for the ghosts of those who came before us. For the laughter that once filled these streets. I felt the tremor of her conviction, and it ignited a fire within me, a flicker of resilience. But how could one fight against a tide that swept away the very essence of life? The echoes of the past whispered around us, taunting and cruel. I remember standing there, a silent observer, as the two of them faced the darkness together, their hearts intertwined by a fragile thread of hope. The shadows lengthened, creeping closer as if the very night conspired against us. I could hear the distant wails of the fallen, ghosts of the innocent wrapped in chains of memory, their faces twisted in anguish. Each cry was a reminder of what we had lost, and yet, there was a strange beauty in their lament, a haunting melody that drew us to the edge of despair. Do you remember the festivals? I asked, the words spilling out before I could catch them. The dances, the music that filled the air like sweet nectar. Lysandra's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I remember the laughter. Her voice wavered, and I could see in her the flicker of a distant time, a moment when joy was not a ghost but a living thing. And Nikos, standing there, the weight of his world pressing down on his shoulders like a boulder, closed his eyes as if to block out the memories. I remember, he murmured, the taste of victory on my lips, the scent of the sea as we sailed to triumph. But the taste had turned bitter, the sea now a tempest of regret. Each memory was a dagger, a reminder that the light we once embraced had dimmed, leaving only shadows in its wake. A sudden noise shattered our reverie, a rustling from the underbrush, a warning that the night was not kind. Panic surged through us. We must go, I urged, my voice steady, though fear gripped my heart. They are coming. A band of marauders, hungry wolves, drawn by the scent of desperation. They swept through the remnants of our civilization, leaving only destruction in their wake. The night was alive with their laughter, a cruel cacophony that mocked our pain. We turned, the three of us, hearts racing, and ran. I could feel the ground shifting beneath our feet, the weight of history pressing down like an iron shackle. The moon hung high, a distant beacon that illuminated our path, yet even its light felt tainted, a reminder of the empire that once stood tall in defiance of darkness. As we fled through the ruins, I caught glimpses of what had been, crumbled statues, shattered dreams. Each fragment echoed with the weight of lives once lived, and I felt the tendrils of despair wrapping tighter around my chest. I wanted to scream, to rage against the suffocating silence. But the ghosts of our past held me back, their whispers filling the void where courage had once thrived. Keep moving! Lysandra shouted, her voice a clarion call amid the chaos. I could see the fire in her eyes, a flicker of defiance that refused to be extinguished. We will not be their prey. Nikos turned, his face a mask of determination, the soldier within him awakening once more. For every shadow that seeks to claim us, we rise. We will not be forgotten. And I felt it, the pulse of rebellion thrumming in my veins, a heartbeat echoing the truths we dared to embrace. Our past was heavy, but it was ours, a tapestry woven with threads of both sorrow and joy. If we were to fall, we would fall together. The night howled around us, the stars witnesses to our defiance. The marauders would come, but we would not meet them with fear. Instead, we stood on the precipice of despair, holding onto the flickering flame of hope, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited. Time stretched out like an endless dream, and I could feel the cosmos urging us on, each breath a prayer for lives once lived, and every heartbeat a promise that we would not go quietly into that night. As I sprinted alongside Lysandra and Nikos, I knew this was not just a fight for survival, it was a battle for the very soul of Greece, a desperate grasp at the remnants of a shattered empire, and a haunting echo of everything that could still be. And in that moment, as shadows danced around us, I could almost feel the pulse of history guiding our steps into the unknown. The echoes of clashing swords rang through the air, a haunting symphony of defiance against the oppressive silence of a Rome that had long forgotten the whispers of its own greatness. I stood, heart pounding, as shadows danced across the cobblestones. The old world was crumbling, yet here, in this moment, the past surged forth like a tidal wave. The frantic shouts of men, filled with passion and desperation, sent chills down my spine. I clutched my chest, feeling the pulse of history thrumming beneath my skin. Lucia, Marco's voice cut through the chaos, raw and desperate. We must find it. The scrolls. They hold what? I interrupted, the words spilling out like spilled ink on an ancient parchment. Hope? Or the weight of expectations we can't bear? My breath was shaky, each exhale trembling with the fear of what we might unearth. We stood on the precipice of a cultural reckoning, two souls caught in the crossfire of a renaissance that was both a rebirth and a reckoning. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the ruins, illuminating our faces with an ethereal glow. Yet, the warmth felt like a cruel joke, juxtaposed against the cold dread settling in my stomach. I watched Marco, his eyes alight with a feverish determination that made my heart ache. He was a vessel of ambition, a man who believed that rediscovering Greek culture could lift Rome from its ashes. Yet I saw the shadows lurking in his gaze, the weight of his dreams morphing into an obsession. "I remember," he murmured, almost to himself. "I remember the beauty of the Parthenon, the stories of heroes etched into the stone. We can bring that back. We can. What if it destroys us?" I interrupted, my voice rising against the deafening clamor. "What if the ghosts of those ideals haunt us instead?" Around us, the echoes of ancient voices mingled with the cries of revolution. In this moment, I felt like a ghost myself, drifting through the corridors of time, longing for something tangible yet terrified of what lay ahead. Marco's passion was afire, but I was the reluctant moth, too afraid to fly too close. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, a silhouette against the fading light. It was Julian, the scholar, a man with a mind sharp as a blade and a tongue that could cut deeper than any knife. His appearance sent a shiver racing up my spine. He was the embodiment of the collision between knowledge and chaos. "Marco," he rasped, his voice low and conspiratorial. "What you seek will not just change Rome. It will consume you. Or save us." Marco shot back, fists clenched, a defiance igniting in his chest. Julian shook his head, a knowing, bitter smile spreading across his lips. "You're blinded by your dreams. The scrolls are not just words, they are a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of humanity. Are you ready to face what you might find?" I felt the weight of those words pressing down on me, a leaden cloak wrapping around my chest. What truths lay in those scrolls? What obsessions would be unleashed? I thought of the artists, the thinkers, the lovers who had walked these streets, their spirits forever intertwined with the fate of Rome. Their stories, their tragedies, their transcendence, could they truly reshape our world, or would they drag us into the depths of despair? "Lucia," Marco's voice broke through my turmoil, dragging me back to the present. "You're the only one who understands. You feel it, don't you? The heartbeat of history." He reached for my hand, his grip fierce yet trembling with desperation. "I feel it, Marco, but I'm scared. I'm terrified that we're standing on the edge of a precipice and not just peering down, but about to leap." The shadows shifted around us, like phantoms whispering secrets of glory and ruin. The air thickened, saturated with the scent of damp earth and the echo of laughter long gone. In that moment, I saw the ghosts of our ancestors, watching us, waiting for us to make our move. "Then leap, Lucia. Leap with me." Marco's voice was a siren's call, laced with urgency, echoing through the corridors of my mind. With a shaky breath, I caught a glimpse of the cosmos, of the swirling stars above. They felt like the souls of those lost, guiding us on this treacherous path. I closed my eyes, holding onto Marco's hand, feeling the warmth pulse between us. The confrontation loomed closer, like a storm brewing on the horizon. "We can reshape Rome," Marco insisted, eyes gleaming with fervor, "but we must embrace the full truth, both the light and the darkness. Or be consumed by it," Julian added, the weight of his gaze heavy, reminding us of the cost of ambition. As the shadows deepened around us, I felt the world shift. The pulse of time quickened, the clock of history counting down to a moment that would change everything. In that fragile silence, with the ghosts of the past echoing in our hearts, we stood at the edge, teetering between passion and despair. Would we rise, reborn like the phoenix, or crumble under the weight of our own desires? The night closed in, and the dance of shadows began anew, the city itself holding its breath, caught in the liminal space between what was lost and what could be found. I felt the weight of the scrolls, the stories, burden and blessing alike. And just like that, we were thrust into the throes of the Renaissance, where the past and present collided in a cacophony of hope, fear, and unrelenting ambition, guiding our every breath into the unknown. The sky hung heavy, an oppressive weight, as the last rays of sunlight bled into the horizon. A single scream pierced the stillness, reverberating through the streets of Athens like a shattered glass, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. I stood there, frozen, clutching my chest as if to contain the turmoil within. The Roman soldiers were like shadows, moving with a purpose, their armor reflecting the dying light, a cruel, glinting reminder that power can crush a city spirit in a heartbeat. "I remember," I whispered, the words tumbling from my lips like forgotten prayers. "I remember the laughter that once danced through these streets, the brilliance of the Agora, where minds ignited with the fire of philosophy. But that was before the weight of Rome pressed down upon us, before the laughter turned to whispers and the whispers shuddered into silence. There was a woman, Elia, her heart was a tempest. Eyes like storm clouds, she stood at the fringes of the chaos, torn between loyalty to her family and the haunting allure of rebellion. Her hands trembled, a delicate balance of resolve and fear, struggling to embrace the power she held deep inside. I watched her, caught in the web of her own emotions, caught in the shadows of her reality. "I can't go on like this," she murmured, her voice barely more than a breath, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. "What have they done to us? To our home?" Each word was a dagger, each statement a wound. The ghosts of the past lingered in her gaze, memories of a Greece untouched by imperial ambition, dreams locked away behind a wall of oppression. And then there was Lysander, a man with a heart weighed down by loyalty and fear, his brow furrowed like the furrows of the fields now tilled by foreign hands. His love for Elia was as fierce as the storms that battered the coast, yet each day he felt her slipping through his fingers like sand. "We can't fight them," he said, his voice trembling with the weight of resignation. "What can we do against such might?" He was a paradox, a warrior who no longer possessed the will to fight, his spirit shackled by the enormity of Rome's shadow. Every heartbeat echoed a truth. Elia and Lysander were caught in the crosshairs of a history that towered above them, a legacy that felt like a curse rather than a gift. Each night, Elia would watch the stars, searching for answers in their distant light, while Lysander clung to the fading memories of a Greece that belonged to them, a Greece that was now but a whisper. "Do you remember when we would lie beneath the olive trees?" she asked one rainy night, her voice breaking the tension like thunder. "When the world felt endless." The way she spoke, her words dripped with longing, and I could see it in her eyes, the glimmering hope that somehow, somewhere, they could reclaim their past. But the Romans were relentless, their grip tightening like a noose around their throats. "I remember," I echoed, feeling the weight of her dreams settle onto my own shoulders. "I remember the songs, the dances, the warmth of our sun. But it feels like a forgotten dream, slipping like the tide." The air crackled with unspoken tension. Shadows danced around us, the flickering torches casting distorted figures that seemed to mock our desperation. What was left of our culture? What was left of our spirit? The Romans had built their empire on the ashes of the past, each triumph a wound to be mourned, each decree a blow to our identity. Then came the night of reckoning. The streets erupted in chaos. Elia, filled with a sudden surge of courage, rallied the few who dared to stand beside her. "We will not bow down. We will not forget." Her voice cut through the night, a clarion call resonating in the marrow of our bones. Hope surged, electric and raw. Lysander, caught between fear and desire, felt his heart race as he watched Elia transform. "You can't do this alone," he shouted, desperation lacing his tone. "Stay with me, we can figure this out together." But she turned, a fierce wildness in her eyes, daring to confront the inevitable. "I can't watch our home die without a fight," she breathed, the fire in her soul igniting a spark in those who could hear her. The crowd swelled, emboldened by her words, but each heartbeat was a reminder of what they stood to lose. I was swept away in the tide of emotion, the surge of bodies moving as one towards a confrontation that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. The ground trembled beneath us, not merely with the footsteps of the soldiers but with the weight of history, the legacy of Rome casting a long, cold shadow over our trembling hearts. "Remember the stories of our ancestors," Elia shouted, her voice piercing through the haze of despair. "They fought for this land, for our dreams. We are the echoes of their struggle." As we surged forward, I felt the raw energy of resistance swell within me, a heartbeat intertwined with the pulse of an ancient world longing to reclaim its voice. But in that tumult, the edges blurred. I could see the faces of the Romans, the cold glint of their armor, the fierce determination in their eyes. We were in the eye of a storm, teetering on the brink of destruction. And in that moment, I remembered everything, the love, the laughter, the loss. The very essence of Greece, now intertwined with the relentless march of Rome. Would we, like the olive trees, bend but not break? Or would we shatter beneath the weight of a legacy too heavy to bear? The clash of metal rang like a funeral bell, and as the night closed in, I felt the world around me shift, the delicate balance of our past and future teetering on the edge of oblivion. Time hung suspended, an echo of eternity, as we plunged into the fray. Every heartbeat, every breath was a reminder, this was not just a battle for survival, but a fight to keep the flame of our identity alive, an indelible mark left by the Romans on the soul of Greece, a legacy that would haunt us forever.